fourth and final day of activities that have been running since Monday. We are creating performances, we are having panel discussions on various issues related to human rights, gender equality, and democracy. And naona in the audience, mko sawa? Good morning to you. Mko sawa? Mko sawa? Are you excited to be here? As you can see, we have a band on stage, so we have some very talented performers coming to perform later on. But right now, just to warm up the stage, I would like to invite an artist from Kisumu, Mr. Luo Boy, atufungulie kidogo, to warm kidogo, and then we will have a rundown of the activities for the day, and then we will begin with a panel a little later on. Mr. Luo Boy, karibu sana, msanii tajika kutoka Kisumu. Labda nikuulize tu swali moja mbili, alafu ndio uingie kwenye performance yako. Wewe na jana tumekuwa na discussion moto sana on tulikuwa na 4 human rights defenders hapa. Walikuwa naongelea mambo ya LGBTQ rights, walikuwa naongelea mambo ya reproductive health access, wakaongelea mambo ya FGM, wakaongelea mambo ya the risks zenye wanawake wenye wako involved in human rights defense wana face. And it was a very powerful discussion, na najua ulikuwa area. Na walisema ati wanaume number 1 muache kutesa wanawake, na number 2 musupport wanawake kwa katika harakati zao za ku equalize the genders. Wewe unaona vipi?
Unaona personally manze, kama wanaume manze, si like kama human right defender kama mimi manze, nimekuwa at the forefront ku support women. In fact, mimi nili drop out of college juu nilitaka sis wangu aende secondary school. So paka sasa ashamaliza university manze. And ni kitu yenye mimi manze nashukuru sana, you know. And hata my wife manze ako nimemempower sana. Paka sasa hivi anafanya masters zake. So niko na hiyo heart ya okay, kama wanaweza then they are ready to take it. Na issue ya jana manze ilikuwa fiti sana juu una get manze kuna vitu zenye zina happen ya wanawake manze, na iki happen ya mwanamke man inafaa tuwape hiyo full support psychologically manze, kila time bana, kama zile stuff za GBV. Ukiona manze mwanamke anapigwa manze, usinyamaze tu, hawezi nyamaza, lazima kuwa at the forefront kufight ya rights zao, kwa sababu ni au pia ni kama sisi, unaona. Na sijasema ati all men wako hivyo, but lazima tukue on the forefront kuwa support, hata kama au the LGBTIQ lazima tuwa support, kwa sababu sio laana, ni kitu yenye ni feeling yenye Mungu ndiye amewapea, unaona. So lazima tu appreciate venye tulikuwa tumewa appreciate jana, tuzidi ku appreciate hivyo na hivyo na hivyo, na tuwapea hiyo moral ya kuendelea manze.
Wazi sana wewe mazee, piga kakitu alafu tuongea zaidi.
Emenze niaje wase manze, it's sio long sana kukua kwa stage, but nitataka kufanya mapieces zingine nilifanya way back nikiwa a spoken word artist na hip hop artist, though nimecommercialize vitu kiasi. Me, I go by the name Luo Boy. Unaweza ni search pale level Instagram, on all my social media handles at Luo Boy. Unaweza ingia hapo hivyo YouTube ucheki vitu zangu manze. So niko na hizi piece zenye nataka nipe hii audience yangu manze, na piece zangu ni kwa sababu ni juu ya gava manze, vitu zenye gava inawafanyia normal humans manze ni ngori sana. In fact, kuna zile vitu kama human right manze, hatuwezi tu human right activities hatuwezi agree zifanyike. Ndio maana nikaandika hii piece, na hii piece wacha ni perform leo manze. So Commander in Chief na Logical Truth Magwagwa unit bado na address kwa booth, wameanza kutubare na wa aching tooth, kani job ndio unadai bend with your bathing suit. Wamechungulia what we do kwa bathing room, advert kwa TV screen kuincite your groom. Unaulizwa jina ya pili ya president, unangolewa backbone, julimi imebeba evidence. Unaambiwa asiri ya kusurvive ni kurob your resident. Kwa backbench wanakucheki na macho za intelligent. Paka polisi area wako safe. Ukimiss break mazee unagongwa na lace. Gava imekataa zile vitu tuna address. So there is a god life hard insanity is a slave trade. Ghetto is not a safe place. Bullet kwa faces, gun kwa pot bellies, kwa tables ziberries. Maboy wana crack juu hakuna food check. Inside my sunglasses on ya kuka campuses palito dona kewa pulses. Mapastors wana preach ndani ya digaga ni tap tap. Nganguju chini na kugrab mamai na punani. Inside my sunglasses haga za wanadada zimegeuga business za kufanya ama fala kustaga. Ati utachunga konje anaweza ingia kwa ring na daga. Walevi wana complain Jesus ange change water to keg lager. Wameanza ku pimp nyele ya Didan Kimathi. Bon zamani itawasavu na digolo za mwalimu Mati. Wana spy mkono ki wana sign za Illuminati. Wamejam ku expose poetry za Nuru Bahati Adi. Maboy wana kreki na itabidi wamekreki sana. So mi upenda kubonga juu ya zile vitu zenye zinatu affect kama vijana. Na ndio maana hata nikisimama hapa manze na feel hizo vitu hazini affect tu peke yangu, zinaku affect pia wewe place yote yenye uko. So every time manze inafaa to stand up for our rights, inafaa to stand up for zile vitu ambao tuna fight for, na tusiache hao wase watu dhulumu manze, si ndio? Si ndio wase? Manze, kwa sababu when we lose our fear they lose their power, si ndio? So criticization inside our nation ati wako na intentions na wawezi kuzimention, wametuweka tu on section, wanatuma selection. Mzee, si tutaacha hizi trouble disintegration paka content mashujaa philosophy na tape measure mtaa bila identity name filthy chapa sandpaper cox ndio stimulant mgusu pongeza pepper ghetto kukawa na war nikawa warlord na undertaker. Ati boy ghetto alizaliwa baada amechapa mabo madhake never sober poverty imechapa mako kwa pale kwa high table wali itishia alibia after kuibia idea za kumsaidia bado walimuibia. So maze ni hectic, si ndio? Ni so hectic maze, venye wase wanatu mistreat, wase wanatufanya ni kama hatuwezi. So niko na hii stuff nilidu iko kwa one of my album ina come through. I think nitai sing along na nitaifanya tu a cappella venye inafaa come through, si ndio? Babylon come, Babylon go, Babylon kill na ya mama na you know. Babylon still, so we suffer like a dog. Let me tell you straight fact, and you seem you never know. I'm a champion, man a bona star. What you gonna do? Cause sisi ndio tycoon. I'm a champion. One for my crew, two for the people. Everybody will come through. I'm a champion, man a bona star. What you gonna do? Cause sisi ndio tycoon. I'm a champion. One for my crew, two for the people. Everybody will come through. Babylon go, Babylon kill na ya papa na you know. Babylon still, so we suffer like a dog. Let me tell you straight fact, and you seem you never know. I'm a champion, man a bona star. Every gonna do, cause sisi ndio tycoon. I'm a champion. One for my crew, two for the people. Everybody will come through. I'm a champion, man a bona star. What you gonna do? Cause sisi ndio tycoon. I'm a champion. One for my crew, two for the people. Everybody will come through. Na venye wanabonga kwa speakers, tear gas. Zimetokwa majuu pigwe tear gas. Skiza. Hizi vitu zenye mnafanya tunawacheki. Na kama hukujua nilikuwa nataka kukas. So lazima ni sleep as popo, let me tell ya. Barret ndo regalia, shooting pon ya mama umegeuka animalia. Cold blood reptalia, money haste mafia. Jua one day utakufa si atelia. Na venye wana mad, youth wana shandwa. Patika na street moshi yako inagadha. Haki na jikanda, steam zinapanda. Ini motherland juu, mimi ni Wakanda. Popo let me tell ya. Barret ndo regalia, shooting pon ya mama umegeuka animalia. Cold blood reptalia, money heist mafia, jua one day utakufa si atelia, na venye wana mad youth wana shandwa, patikana street moshi yako inagada, hakina jikanda, steam zinapanda. Mini motherland juu, mimi ni wakande ya machampion, mana bona star, what you gonna do, kasisi ndo tycoon na machampion. One for my crew, two for the people who are going to come through. I'm a champion, mana bona star. What you gonna do, kasisi ndo tycoon, I'm a champion. One for my crew, two for the people, everybody will come through. So your song manze nilidu kuuliza manze, kasisi ndio tuko na hiyo power ya kuwatoa man, na si ndio mataikun. Mbona tusitoa hawa wase bana? Hawa wase wanatuiba each and every time, tunaambiwa kwamba vitu zinapanda tu abruptly, la si wenyewe tunaangalia na tuwezi talk about it. Manze mimi penye niko manze 2007 election manze niko na scars juu ya post election violence, na 2017 pia niliumia juu ya post election violence. Mi karibu nishutiwe men, na nilikuwa napigania juu ya politician mwenye hata anijali. So next time manze nataka tuambia wase, si ndio tuko na power kuwaliko, si ndio wale mataikun. So watafanya nini kama sisi wenyewe ndio mataikun, si ndio? Si ndio? So tuki lose our fears, wana lose their power. When we lose our fears, they lose their power, si ndio? So manze unaweza ni follow pale hivyo, Twitter unaweza ni follow, Instagram unaweza ni follow, subscribe kwa channel yangu YouTube @Luoboy TV, na shukran manze, and thank man.
Luoboy amemaliza too quickly. Tulikuwa nataka uendelee kutupatia mambo. Hebu njoo hapa mwanza tuongee. Luoboy unatoroka. Grab this mic. Luoboy. Luoboy, we
check.
Luoboy. So umejua we nini, theme zetu zimekuwa heavy sana on respect for human rights, mambo ya gender equality, mambo ya democracy. Na tukiongelea democracy, kuna something going on right now. Kuna imeharibika hii. Wacha wakupatie nyingine pato. Msaidie mic. But anyway, ukicheki historia democracy right now, kuna hii kitu inasukumwa inaitwa BBI. Na wewe mimi najua wewe ni mtu mmoja uko very involved katika community yako, working with the youths, kupeana ile political education and kupeana ile political education. Chukua hii mic Luoboy. Kupeana political education kwa my youths. Najua una work na organizations kadhaa, unajaribu kumobilize my youths. Najua wewe ni mtetezi. Hata kuna incidents fulani uliniambia kuna time fulani umeleta zogo sana kwa Kisumu. Unasumbua kidogo. Hebu tuelezee wewe kwanza kwa context ya BBI. Maoni yako ni vipi? Hii kura umesign BBI?
In fact manze mimi sijasign kitu, but nimeisoma. Manze nimesoma hii stuff. Bana hii kitu haitu favor hata kidogo. Hata ile part ya youth manze nimekaa chini tukiwa after hizo amendments zote zenye wamemake. So mimi kama artist mimi sija feel place yenye menitouch. Kama youth man ile place yenye nanitouch ni ile tu ya kuziba macho, unaona. So hatuwezi agree kwa kitu yenye si wenyewe tukisoma na tuisome over and over again ni kitu yenye na maliza mwananchi wa kawaida, yani unaona. So like mimi nashangaa juu place yenye natoka sahi, place yenye nimekaa mimi nimetoka sahi ni ghetto. Na hii ghetto manze hawa wase wanasumbuka, hawa wase wanateseka, wako ina complete poverty, unaona. Hakuna maji yenye nafika pale hivyo manze, sio maji ingine unaweza kuwa proud of. Hawa wase barabara iko pale, kuna matope everywhere, na tuko kwa city under the sun, unaona. Na kitu kingine manze unishangaza sana, nikitoka kwa basi hivi nikitoka teremka kidogo, alafu ni inge kwa street ingine naona hiyo street iko fiti kuliko hii place yenye nimetoka.
Manze
kuna makabros, manze kuna maflowery hapo hivyo. Vitu ziko fiti sana unaona. Na mbona hao wase wengine wananegletiwa manze? Like for example, jana nilikuwa kwa Twitter, unaocheki. Nilikuwa napigania Kenya place yenye naishi hapo hivyo kando yake. Hao wase hawana stima, unaona. Na imekuwa hivyo for 3 days. Last week ilikuwa hivyo, this week after kwa fight ya last week, this week pia ni hivyo, unacheki. So I'm like, hao wase waangalie, hao wase ama ni aje? Na kuna MCA na kuna MP na hata mimi nimekaa pale hivyo 3 months na sijaiona hata MCA akikam through.
Alafu kwanza hiyo story ya stima ni interesting because the other day tulikuwa na Wanjeri Nderu hapa. Na Wanjeri Nderu na kina Cherotich Sei wamekuwa kisukuma history ya switch off KPLC
na kina Yela
na kina Yela. Then now unakuja nimeona ripoti fulani hapo so umeongea hiyo story ya unreliability ya hiyo power ipatikani. Then nimeona wase wanaanza kuingia solar. Sasa inaona kuna kibill kinakuja wanajaribu kukazia story ya solar ati sijui ndio uinstall solar lazima umlipe ma license gani nini. So wase wa provide service, si tukijaribu alternatives wanatukazia, wanataka watu tax. Maze hii ni regime iko na what kind of thinking iko hapa?
Maze ndio nilisema kwamba si ndio ma champion, unaona? Si tumeboniwa kwa stars, unaona? So wakati ambao tumekuwa ma tycoon kwa sababu si ndio tunawalipia zile, si ndio tunawapeleka kwa zile ma seats, alafu wa take advantage over us, manze haileti shangwe, unaona? So tukikuja na ma inventions zingine mpya na pia wanakata the same inventions, unaona? So hata hiyo peke yake kuna ma inventions mobs zimekam na wanaona gavana naona ati manzeni aje kijana ndio huyu anatoka, wanaanza kumfinya, unaona? Kuna wase wenye wamekuja na vitu mingi, kumake vitu mingi. Hiyo solar imekam, sasa hiyo wameweka bill yao. Mbona wanaweka bill sasa hii na hiyo solar ilikuwa ina happen hapo hivyo kitambo, unaona?
Na hii solar ni juu hao
provide stima, na stima yenyewe wana provide manze, unaona bei iko juu yani, unaona? Sio reasonable.
So kwanza hata hiyo story umesema hapo ati stima ina lost
1 week manze.
Sasa mse youth man akona kinyozi pale. Hiyo 1 week umse ame survive aje?
Umse manze lazima kuwe dingo manze. Mi jana niliona mother fulani akiwa mugged, pasi yake kichukiliwa. Okay. I couldn't do anything kwa sababu wanaingia ndani ya giza. And nikaiandika kwa Twitter, ukiona hapo hivyo Twitter kuna place nimeiandika. Ndio hiyo stima, hiyo unreliability imefanya si wenyewe manze, hata youth man kinyozi yake imefungwa, haizi fanya zile kuna saba yake, haizi kama movies, azizi kama muziki nini kwa sababu hana kitu ya kudishi. Kitu yenye anafikiria ni nini? Ni kuiba msee, unaona? Alafu una get tena ama politicians kitu yenye wanakuja na handouts. So Weba alisema kitu kingine fiti hapa, lazima tutoe hiyo handout mentality. Na mimi niliagree na yeye kwa sababu umse tumemweka kwa kazi, unaona? Anaenda na ibado, unacheki? Akishaiba do, alafu si wenyewe anatupea hiyo do yenye ameiba. Haileti shangwe hata kidogo.
Maze inauma sana. In fact mimi nilikuwa nikienda mtaani jana jioni. Nilipitia mse wangu fulani ni hoka, si hoka exactly, hawase uweka kladi kwa roadside pale nini. So nimempitia, then alikuwa ananiambia kuna soko imejengwa pale Ruiru. Soko imejengwa, sawa, wase wanasema hakuna kuuza vitu outside of hiyo soko anymore. But hiyo soko alikuwa ananiambia iko na karibu space kama 800. Unajua wanapewa ka space kila msee, first floor, second floor, third floor. Iko na space kama 800. Wase wenye wanafaa kuingia hapo wenye wako 3600. Na gava inawaambia, county government inawaambia kutoka saa hii usipatikane unauza vitu elsewhere. Unafaa uingie kwa hiyo soko, kwa hiyo building, uende hata vitu zako zimewekwa third floor, umepatiwa space ya third floor, wase kabla hata wakufikie. You know what kind of, sasa unaona hiyo solution, yani sometimes wanasema solution ya kitu inaweza kuwa worse than even the problem.
Unajua hii problem yote hawa say wamecreate. Na wamecreate kutu divide kama ma youth man, wamecreate kutu divide kama ma businessmen, wamecreate kutu divide kama ma artist, unaona? So wakati ambao unaenda kuanza staff yako kidogo, uanze kuifanya, unapata kwamba gava inakupiga, inakutoa mali pale, yani ma spaces zenye wana make sio zile ma spaces zenye zinaweza hata kusave ama kusave mavijana, kwa sababu unapewa place nyingine hata ma customers wako hawezi fika. So wakifikiria wana create solutions na kumbe wana create more problems to us, unaona. So inafaa wase wakuje ground waangalie. Inafaa, unajua msee akitaka kukumekia solution lazima kuulize ni aje,
lazima unataka nini. Ndio isikuwe ni kitu inaundwa yani almost like in an academic sense. Wazana wa kipolisi huko juu na wajai kama wakafanya needs assessment pale mtaani wajue problem ni real ni gani na wase wanaweza move kivipi. Yani hatu consultiwi, tunaletewa law yenye haiwork, hata hiyo law yenyewe haifuatwi. Wewe lakini unajua tumekuwa tukibonga all week because tulianza na on Monday tulikuwa na session fulani ilikuwa inaitwa Unmasking the complexities around BBI, tukazungumzia hiyo. Tumekuwa na session fulani ya inequalities in the country na political education, tulikuwa na very powerful panel hapa kina Mutemi Kiama, Lucia Yela, Wanjeri Nderu. Tulikuwa very powerful. Tumeongea mambo ya healthcare, access, lack of access, quality, cost. Tumeongelea mambo ya human rights defenders, tukikuwa more specific on women jana. But as we discuss all the kinds of solutions zenye tunaona ama the means zenye tunaona tunaweza tumia kuaddress hizi issues za human rights, gender equality, democracy, from an action perspective, sisi kama youths, because sisi ni majority, na sahi hata unaweza sense kuna a generational change. Kuna hata ile just the natural fact that people die. Now, most of you watu wenye wako sahi, even just naturally, they're going to be dead in not too long. Hata kama wanaenda surgery Dubai. Wewe unacheki sasa ma youth man. From an action perspective, how can we mobilize? Ama tunaweza kufanya nini? Like, vitu actionable, maybe 1-2 things,
Mi kitu yenye ina clicking kwa mind yangu ni revolution. Ni revolution. In that lazima to create movement. Mi Kisumu tulianza movement and napenda venye inaendelea sasa hii. Naweza waambia a little about it manze. Unajua one man ana recruit 20 people. The 20 people each ana recruit 20 people. So in a span of 3 months tunaweza kuwa na wase wengi wenye tuko nao na tukistand kwa ward moja, si wote tunaenda pamoja. Unaona? So kwa sababu place yenye tumefika ni place yenye gava hadi ina whitewash ule msee mwenye tunafikiria atakuwa mnoma ama ule msee mwenye tumemtoa nje aende atutetee. Unaona? So wana whitewash na tunaona hizi vitu zikihappen.
Tumekuwa na situation ya kama ya switch off KPLC. Kuna kesi ilikuwa imeenda kotini ya kuchallenge some of the issues zenye zinaendelea KPLC, massive corruption, things like this. One of the lawyers alilipwa akajitoa akaruka akaingia side nyingine.
Unaona vitu kama hizo. So hizi vitu zina trigger, ndio maana tunataka revolution. Tukisema tunatoa hawa wase pale ndani, tunawatoa, sio ati nini. Hawa wase lazima watoke. Na mimi nataka kila youth place yote yenye huko manze, hauna kazi na umesoma, wewe unafanya biashara na hiyo biashara yako haiendelee, unataka utolewe place yenye huko manze, inafaa to stand up. Tuambie manze ni aje, enough is enough. Alafu kitu yenye inafaa tufanye tuiweke ikue non violence. Unaona? Tunaenda tu hata tukienda kwa street inakuwa non violent, kwa sababu mimi najua mapolisi ndio huanza violence.
Mapolisi ndio huanzisha violence.
Au ndio huanza violence. Ndio wanajua hizo tactics zote. So manzetu wakati ambao tume stand up na we lose our fears, au pia wana lose their power. Hapo hivyo kwa song fulani nimesema nimewaambia kwamba Barrett ndio regalia, ukidishoot umeshoot brother yako, ukinishoot umeshoot mother yako, ukinishoot ama shoot ule dem umeshoot sister yako. Umeona? Na huwezi fanya kitu kama hiyo at the daily basis, so they will lose their power wakati hizo zimeanza ku happen. For example, kitu yenye ilio happen Nigeria na SARS.
Na SARS,
unacheki wase wote walitoka wakasema kwamba end SARS. Si pia lazima tutoke tuseme end corruption. Kama hatutaki BBI, lazima tutoke tuseme manzeni aje hii BBI manze iende chini manze.
The same thing is happening in Uganda. Tunaona Bobby Wine, mheshimiwa ameunda kivuguvugu, yenye pia unacheki. Yani you can smell the revolution. Unajua ni kama vile yani unafika home unasikia machapati zinanukia, yani unajua kwa hii haojo. Yani you can smell, of course, the toll on human rights defenders, because Bobby Wine anakuwa shot at, anakuwa harassed. We have a lot of our comrades huko wenye hata wamekuwa killed by the Museveni regime. And it's very strange, unajua mtu umekuwa in power for 34 years na unataka kuendelea. You know, huyo jamaa alienda ati akadiscover ati kumbe birth certificate yake ilikuwa, you know, ati ilikuwa correct, ati he's younger than, you know, he thought, you know, vitu kama hizo. Yani there's craziness on this continent with regard to, but anyway, umebonga poa. I think my youths, we have to stand up na lazima ikue, yani go beyond just us being keyboard warriors. Pia lazima tutokeleze kwa street, tuonyeshe watu kwamba this movement iko na following na iko na support.
Yeah, manze. Mimi naweza ambia youth each and every time manze. Tukue na hiyo unity kama youth man, unaona? Na hiyo voice, kwa sababu constitution inatupea voice ya kutoka constitution, tena inatupea voice ya kwenda kwa street manze. Tupike tu bwana, tuseme manze ni aje, kama hii kitu ni mbaya tunaweza stand for it. Pale hivyo Uganda na Bobby Wine anaona hii leadership ni mbaya. Hii leadership imekuwa for so long, ni time ya change. Na wase wanataka change. Hata Kenya tunataka change. The same change wenye wanataka Uganda ndio tunataka hii Kenya, unaona? Absolutely. Na hii Kenya yetu sasa tunataka ile change nyingine noma sana.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for your opinions, Luo boy. Nadhania with the more youths like you, I think kuna chance ya revolution. Na nimefurahia sana the model yenye mnatumia, mnasema one youth I recruit at least 20. Na kufanya hivyo, yani unajua inaanza kukaa smaller effort which it looks like a bit more manageable. So mtu anaweza ku attend because you can actually find your 20, even maybe 5 friends wenye unaweza kuwa recruit. Thank you so much.
Asante sana mzee.
This is the Democracy and Human Rights Festival. We are on day 4 and we are about to commence our activities. The festival has been organized by Forum Civ with the support of the Swedish Embassy and the partnership of Siasa Place, Sauti ya Wanjiku, Creative Spills and Power 254. So we have some entertainment that has been scheduled before we go into the band and into the panel. Na tuko na majamaa kutoka Pwani wanaitwa Fanisi Band. Na I'll just invite them to come up and start setting up so that to have that entertainment. And then we are going into a panel discussion that will be discussing issues surrounding intersex, the challenges they face, the discrimination. Of course, tunajua kwamba individuals that do not conform to the, let's say, traditional, sexual orientations, a lot of times they face difficulties. Hata mtu akienda, in the hospital, accessing healthcare and issues like that, stigma among communities. So we'll be addressing that issue on a panel in a few minutes. But for now, it's Fanisi Band on stage all the way from the coast, and they're going to give us some entertainment. Karibuni sana.
Yes, it's my heart. It's not common as it always sounds. It's a physical,
Chica.
Sikalasine Sina Alume huo ambako mwana zilale simasi mazima kabisa siyatinde na sababu kubururuka nani nyago yefu namkaribishia tumekupanda funamba kala sojo naona hangine kuko nikezele vichache sauti mana sizisikira kuku sauti namala nizisikire kuku sizisikira kwenye mihambo simanya ni hania usika na mihambo kuku na malafuzi sikire ili nyago apande na nyago akipanda nzaiko na ipeo nkala hawa hehi kwa sababu Kenya ni nchi yehu ni lazima fuirinde sisi wenye ili angine na mafurinde ela ikizakala kuna mautuga kunyanyaswe kumfuna zisikira hele kwenye katiri ya uhari ya ufisadi wenu kana kabifahiza na sukala kufutaru wa mbele kupinga fukuza visho kwa sababu sisi ndo vijana na vijana ndo msingi funaima hamwenga mkono mwenga zulufuki amba kafenzi kamare motu za gago kala nikukandamizwa funa kahala kamare sawa na kala nikulumizwa pia funa kahala kamare kafenzi kwa sababu funa mala sisi vijana fusigizwe mana sisi ndo macha funda dimaku toko zangine na kwa ikangine kwenye mstari na mlolongorio usawa kwa mana zilale alube huu
Yeah, 1, 2. Namba Lolani we Lolani Namba Lolani howe. Howe 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 howe. Wamba utanienza. Howe howe. Kuti utanibenda. Howe howe. Howe howe. Howe howe. Ah yeah, ah yeah. Howe howe. Howe howe. Howe howe. Ah yeah, ah yeah. Howe howe. Ah.
Ukikala velevesho mama ninja zaiko. Hiki ni kizazi kilicho kinahenza kugwirwa mkono, kutongozwa ili kitime kuroswa, kinyesongira iliyo ni usawa. Izahokala kuna matatizo kagariao kijana mara hili kwa malumbano kaliko malumbano gago kanalisha mtu angine mtahali ni kongo wanapanga hata kutimbosa maisha kwa sababu serikali haijali inakuilika na misimamo mikali itoka isawa na kahala kwenzi kama chononisha moyo chononisha moyo mimi kwa Iwira wa muzi nipe, nyoko nyoko tumalize we. Hiyo! Arbohu! Iwira wa muzi nipe, nyoko nyoko tumalize we. Iwira wa muzi nipe, nyoko nyoko tumalize. Uvine wira e, iwira wa baba e. Iwira wa muzi nipe, nyoko nyoko tumalize. Nyoko nyoko tumalize. Uvine wire ni wira wa baba e. Hoya. Aya zino moso sawe. Nyoko nyoko tumalize. Nyoko nyoko tumalize we. Uvine wira e, ni wira wa baba e. Nyoko nyoko tumalize. Nyoko nyoko tumalize. Howe howe. Howe howe. Panga linavuka. Zaiko akipanda atanyago pia mbalaka kure. Maana ndicho berejo.
Shake your shoulder before you dance.
Ni jukumu la kila mmoja kuhakikisha kwamba yale anayohitaji yanafanyika kwa njia za sawa, na endapo utahisi basi kuna manyanyaso, una haki ya kusimama na kukataa kile ambacho unaona iko sawa, kwa sababu sauti ya kijana ndio sauti ambayo iko na nguvu na msimamo. Basi kila mmoja inafaa jihusishe na kujihusisha kikamilifu.
Napola nawe kila saa, umenifaa. Nyoko nyoko tumalize we, nyoko nyoko tumalize. Ubine wile nimira wa baba nyoko nyoko tumalize. Nyoko nyoko tumalize.
Thank you so much, grazie mille, asante sana Ero Kamano.
Asante sana. Fuha mwenga sana. Kwa vizio hii ni bandi ya fanisi, na bandi ya fanisi ni bandi ya vijana. Mario mana umwenga, na umwenga wa kwao ni kuhakikisha kila kitu kikwenye mstari ulio unamalikana. Be vizio kala sojo vindakala vizio manata kula musa piafu na dimafu kamba bonjour.
Nashukuru sana.
Vinakwirana.
Yo lugha gani unazungumza? Hatujaelewa wengi wetu hapa. Halo kaka, umezungumza lugha hapo wengi wetu hatuelewi.
Haya. Mimi nimezungumza lugha ya kinyumbani, lugha ya Kimijikenda, na Kimijikenda kimegawanywa zaidi ya mara kama 8. Kwa ufupi ni lugha 9 za Kimijikenda. Sasa ile lugha ambayo nimezungumza mimi ni lugha ya mama na baba, ambao ni Kigiriama, ni kitovu cha zile lugha nyingine za Kimijikenda.
Safi sana. Tunawashukuru sana kwa performance moja kali sana. Nadhani wakati na mwingine baadaye tutawaita mje mtutumbuize sana.
Sasa asanteni sana.
Fanisi Band, wapeni makofi tafadhali. So ladies and gentlemen, you are at the Democracy and Human Rights Festival. We are coming to you live from the Alliance Française on this 4th day of activities that have been running, including creative performances of Jeff witnessed, the Fanisi Band, as well as panel discussions canvassing various issues. And because of time, I would just like to take this opportunity to invite our next panel. And this panel will be discussing issues surrounding intersex, the challenges, stigma, and discrimination. And our moderator will be Dr. John Chigiti, Senior Counsel. And I would just like to take this opportunity to invite him onto the stage, and then he will call his discussants and then lead moderate the discussion going forward. So I would just like to appreciate once again the Embassy of Sweden for supporting the Democracy and Human Rights Festival 2020. And if you want to follow our discussions, if you want to send in comments or questions to the panel, you can do so through the hashtag Democracy and Rights Festival. Karibu sana, Senior Counsel John Chigiti, who will lead us over this panel session discussing issues on intersex, the challenges, stigma, and discrimination. So as I said, you can follow the conversation on hashtag Democracy and Rights Festival. And we have some partners that have been supporting these activities. And those include Siasa Place, Sauti ya Wanjiku, Creative Spills, and Power 254. And of course, the festival has been organized by Forum Civ with the support of the Embassy of Sweden. This is our 4th day of activities. We've been having panels all through the week discussing various issues related to human rights, gender equality, and the consolidation of democracy. So today, as I mentioned, give the moderator that mic, then he can begin making his introductions. Karibu sana wakili, you can take it from here. Please use that seat.
Habari zenu? Habari zenu. Ni siku mpya Kigiriama mwasaliminaji. Sikumbisha. Na lamukaje ni ya wapi hiyo sasa? Lamukaje. Lamuka. Bonjour. Aujourd'hui c'est bon, c'est bien jour. C'est bon jour donne ville ou Nairobi. Leo ni siku njema, tumeamkia kwa jiji yenye inajulikana kama Nairobi. It is indeed a great day to all human beings, a day when we celebrate human rights, when as a nation we are speaking louder matters of democracy, a day when we are elevating, promoting, uplifting, protecting the rights of all persons, including the marginalized, including the people who are known as the intersex members of our community. And in order not to look like I'm all alone, I want to invite all the panelists, all the colleagues who are in that discussion, this discussion that is unfolding, Sydney and Co, please come to the stage, so that as soon as I do the introduction, we just roll on into our conversation. So today, indeed, we are here on stage because we want to discuss a very delicate subject around the rights of intersex persons. Many of us, wengi wetu hatuelewi intersex persons ni akina nani. Mijikenda wako wale watu wenye wanaitwa intersex Kiingerezani, mko nao kule Mijikenda? Mwaitaje? Hamuna jina specific. Na Kiswahili? What do we call intersex persons in Kiswahili? Somebody? Indeed, we are going to get the names shortly. Huntha, asante. Today we are going to discuss these special members of our community who are so special. So special because they are human beings born like you and I, in equality in rights and dignity. Intersex persons are these people who are born with the sex characteristics. Wale watu wanazaliwa na maumbile which are not exclusively male, which are not exclusively female. Yani anazaliwa sio mwanaume wala sio mwanamke, na yale ni maumbile ya Mwenyezi. So these are the people whose sex characteristics are not exclusively male nor female. They fall within the range that the Creator has placed them in. So the intersex persons will be identifiable in very many ways. They come in very many forms, but the few that are easy. Ile kitu rahisi yenye yaweza kukufanya ukajua kwamba mwenzetu ni huntha, ni mtu wa ile kikundi cha wanadamu wenye wanaitwa huntha, ni tofauti, ni nyingi. Lakini kwa rahisi, labda maumbile kimwili ukaangalia mtu unaweza jua, unaweza anza kufikiria kuwaza, lakini unaweza kosea. Maumbile kwa mfano ukiniangalia mimi, unaweza sema mimi ni mwanamume ama mwanamke. Wajuaje? Waniona? Wajidanganye labda. Can you easily say that I'm a man? No. Who is that? Come here. How can you say that I am a man? Maybe my voice, my physical appearance, my physical presence, but you might be wrong. An intersex person might have a characteristic where you'll see this person has genitalia, the sex characteristics in form of a penis, a vagina, is not per se exclusive for a lady nor for a man. Yuko pale katikati, it's a hybrid setting. Na ungeweza kujua kama niko pande gani ukiniangalia? Wezi? You cannot easily tell, isn't it? So you need to go an extra mile. There's yet another possible explanation that will help you say that somebody is intersex. The gonads. Unaweza pata maumbile kule ndani yenye labda ni daktari atakagua kwambie yule mtu labda inaweza kuwa ni mimi hivi natembea hapa, but I have a uterus. Uterus tuelewa, si ndio? Which means I can conceive. Or you might see me walking around, but I get menstrual cycles. Strange, isn't it? It's not the normal that you see somebody who looks like a man having menstrual cycles. Sielewi, lakini iko. Those are very basic entries that will make you see that indeed this is an intersex person. It's not a male, it's not a female, and I've just given you a very narrow distinction facility. Ziko nyingi. So these people who are known as intersex persons suffer a lot of challenges. They suffer a lot of challenges as human beings walking the face of the world or the earth, substantially because of rejection. They are rejected. We reject them. So they live in hiding. They cannot talk of democracy. They cannot talk of right to education. They cannot talk of the national values and the principles of governance. Why? Because we have rejected them. They don't fit in our documents, identification documents. Ukiangalia ile karatasi ya kuzaliwa inasema male, female, yule hunda utamweka wapi? Anabaki kwa mapengo. Akienda kwa daktari anawekewa question mark. Ni haki kweli? School education, admission nursery school, mwa school yaitisha birth certificate, yule ana. That marks the beginning of the problems, the challenges. And today, this week, we're going to discuss a lot of challenges around that these people have to live with when they are going up and down, very small items. For instance, nilikuwa nimesimama pale nyuma, one of you, I won't remember, who came and asked me to show them the gents. Ilikuwa nani? Yule pale. Uliniulizaje? Takwenda gents. Nikamwambia nina pale hivi nenda. I didn't see a lady coming to ask me about the ladies. I'm sure they could have if they got the opportunity. Isn't it, ladies? Ask yourself about an intersex person. Kitu rahisi tu kwa mbali kwetu. Where does an intersex person go to? Does Alliance have a ladies? Alliance, take the task. Let's have a washroom for gents, for ladies, and for the intersex persons. Take the challenge. That is the small conversations that are going to help us start embracing the intersex persons in our small quarters, in very small ways. But the biggest nightmare, the biggest problem, shida ile kubwa sana, na ni mzuri tushukuru forum vile wamefanya kutualika hapa. The biggest problem is lack of awareness. Kutowaelewa, kutowajua hawa watu wenye wanaitwa intersex hunt. That is the biggest challenge that they face. And that challenge must be broken. Kwa hii mazungumzo ya leo, naomba tusikize, to participate. Let's take something home. Let's learn something. Parliament has enacted a law known as Persons Deprived of Liberties Act, which is defining an intersex person as a person who is biologically certified as such by a doctor. That's a very shallow definition. Lakini kitu mzuri tuko na sheria pale. Away from Parliament, the courts have rendered 2 judgments, known as RM and Baby A, have opened up the conversation. Thirdly, we have the executive, the 3 arms of the government. The Honorable Attorney General set up a task force to study what we are doing today, understanding the challenges, the rights, the distribution of the intersex persons in Kenya. And today, we must say, as we speak of a nation that promotes equality, non-discrimination, we will only achieve results if you and I can understand and embrace the national values which speak of inclusion and diversity and democracy. So we have with us today diversity in the panelists, persons coming from different quarters persons who are going to introduce themselves, persons will tell you about the diversity in their challenges, so that when you go home, usiende ukisema, I do not know, I do not understand. And the minute you leave that door today, you will leave that door as a convert, as a person who will be a duty bearer, a person who will carry the duty to protect, promote, and fulfill the rights of intersex persons. And what you must do, because I'm now passing a judgment against you, you must tell somebody about intersex persons. Let's all say, oh yeah. Without spending a lot of time, I want to ask my friends to introduce themselves and we can roll into the conversation.
I'm just being told to lower my mask. I don't know whether that's very safe, but I will believe so. Thank you very much, Senior Counsel. I'm Kennedy Abbott, by name in nature. I work for a fund based in Nairobi, Kenya, but then that works in 7 East African countries: Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, the DRC, Ethiopia. Those are 7, right? Yeah, so the work that we do is we support sexual reproductive health and rights and freedoms for the LGBTI and sex worker populations in the 7 countries. But of interest, including the others, is also the work that we do and, you know, the interest that we have with supporting the rights and freedoms of sex worker organizing and intersex persons in Kenya and in the rest of the region. So I won't introduce myself further than that, but then I will allow my other panel colleagues to say a word or two.
Okay, hamjambo. Kwa majina naitwa Sydney Etemesi. Nafanya kazi na shirika moja linaitwa Jinsi Yangu. Tuna work to protect intersex rights in Kenya. Asanteni.
Mimi naitwa Komboka Kibagendi, program manager Jinsi Yangu. Asanteni sana.
Habari zenyu. Mimi naitwa Ngoizi Christine, member Jinsi Yangu.
Asanteni sana. Na sababu sasa mumewajua wenzetu, tumejuana vilemba vile Waswahili wanasema, au Wakigiriama sio? Haya ndio hiyo sasa, tuelewana vilemba sasa, hakuna kuogopana, tuangaliane kwa macho. Hii maneno yenye tunazungumza leo ni mzito. Ni mzito, inaleta haibu, inaleta uoga, kutoelewa, shida mingi. Sasa tuangaliane kwa macho, manake tutaanza kuongea kindani. And since we have had the introductions, I want to start interacting with Mr. Kibagedi. We have just learned that intersex persons, intersex children, are born with sex characteristics like genitalia, not a penis, not a vagina exclusively, but a mixture. And many a times, daktari hawangojei, ata kuchinja haraka. The corrective surgery in quotes. Je, mbona?
Asante sana Chigiti. Vile nimesema mimi naitwa Komboka Kibagendi, programs manager Jinsi Yangu. Swali mzuri. Kwa nini wazazi wanafanya upasuaji kwa watoto intersex persons ama kwa watoto? Sababu ya kwanza, 1, our parents, they don't understand anything concerning intersex issues. That's one. And because of that, wanajua mwanaume na mwanamke. So kwa sababu ya hiyo wanataka kuhakikisha they have either a woman or a man. Point number 2, the society. Society wanasema being an intersex person is a curse. Na kwa sababu ni laana, kwa hivyo hakuna mtu anataka kujiassociate na laana. So mzazi anang'ang'ana sana kuhakikisha huyu mtoto is either a man or a woman. Point number 3, kwa sababu wanaamini ni laana, is a curse. Wazazi wanaogopa vitu mingi. Tumesema kitu ya kwanza, wazazi hawaelewi, society haelewi, na pia saa zingine wazazi wetu wanaogopa separations hapo ama disowning, kwa sababu saa zingine, kwa sababu community elewi, so mzazi mama anasema ni vizuri nifanye hii surgery ndio community ipate kunikubali na tuendelee.
You make it sound so easy. It's not easy. It's not easy. Maybe you could shed some light so that we really get to know what happens in there with the doctor.
Kwa introduction, Council kwa nasema, by the way, Chigiti, thank you so much. You have been with us kama Intersex Society ama community for a long time. Sio rahisi. Leo hii tunaongeresha kwa sababu tumekomaa. Kukomaa inamaanisha tumeongea sana, tulisema tukijificha sana unapata watu wengi hawataelewa. Because miaka ya nyuma wakati tulikuwa tunauliza serikali ipate kututambua, nakumbuka tulikuwa na wewe, some of our members of different area of parliament wakiuliza intersex ni issues yenye ziko Kenya ama ni kitu yenye mnaleta, na ilikuwa mpaka you define where you are coming from, kutoka kwa village ama kwa ward, so that they can understand where are you coming from. So safari itakuwa rahisi. Kitu kingine alisema hapo, we imagine, nani anakumbuka by the way jina langu? Nilisema naitwa Kwamboka. Kwamboka na understand aje? Tuongee? Jina msichana? Nani alisema hivyo by the way? Nani anapeananga hizi majina? Ha? Ni wazazi? Na wakati tulisema Kwamboka, yeye akasema Christine. Mnaona Kwamboka mahali? Ha? Nimekupatia ruhusa leo tuongee so that you get more information, si ndio? Tusipoongeresha leo hauwezi jua. Na at the end of the day you are going to be our ambassadors, because wherever you are coming from there is intersex persons, si ndio? So ni vizuri sana utakuwa mtu wa kwanza leo. Pinga ni siku ya human rights, si ndio? Itakuwa ni very important kwa you are the first human rights defender hapo chini mashinani, and the only way you can do that lazima uwe na information yenye inafaa. So miaka ya nyuma Kwamboka alisaliwa Kisii, akapewa hiyo jina, na kuna jina ya Kizungu sitaki but wacha niitache, Francisca Kwamboka. Kwamboka kasaliwa then akalelewa kama mtoto wa kike. Kufika puberty unatafuta Kwamboka unakosa. Kwa sababu ya nini? Mtoto wa kike kawaida ati puberty una expect kuona nini? Wewe unajua tu matiti. Oh yes, matiti. Nini ingine? Hips, ndio? Nini ingine? Hizo zote. Ndani kumbuka nimezaliwa kwa nyumba ya watu watano, na nikiangalia my fellow sisters sioni pinga si yuko na wao. Nikiangalia ndugu yangu pia si yuko na yeye. So at the end of the day the question is mimi ni nani? Nikiwa na hiyo jina Kwamboka. So nimeendelea. Then issue kubwa inakuanga ni ESA mshene. Kawaida mama alibeba mimba, kila mtu atataka kujua ule mama alizaa nini. The question of mama alizaa nini, sasa hapo ndio shida inaanza. One, baba taruka. By the way, kwa intersex community 95% papa walitoka mbio, wakaenda wakaacha ile familia pale na mama. Na mama kichakuwa mzuri akapenda mtoto wake, yes, anaendelea kukua. But wale wazazi wengine wa mama wenye waliona hapa siwezani, pia alitoka mbio. So kuendelea hivyo puberty, Kwamboka yuko. Kwamboka sasa Francisca anaendelea kugrow towards Francis. Challenges here and there. Sasile kawaida mzazi amezaa, mtoto akienda shule, mtoto sasile ameomba kwenda choo. Vile Chigita alisema, wale watoto wengine pia watamfuata kwenda choo. Si eti wanaenda kufanya shule yenye imewapeleka choo, lakini kwenda kuangalia huyu mwenye ni intersex person anaenda kufanya aje shughuli yake. And because of that, unapata leo huyo mtoto atafumilia hizo issues, kesho kutwa. But the fourth day hataenda shule because mama atakuwa anampiga aende shule. Shule haiko haiko sawa kwake kukaa, si ndio? So at the end of the day huyu mtoto ataenda shule. Na by the way 95% of intersex persons hawajamaliza class 8 because of the issues zile zenye nimemention. Kumaliza class 8 nilipata opportunity ya kuingia secondary which is a mixed school. Because kawaida sisi vile tumekaa hapa, apart from sisi kama intersex na wale wenye wana understand intersex issues, the question is, na huyu mwenye amepita ni mwanamke ama ni mwanaume? Si ni kweli? So the question, hiyo swali inakuwa kila each and every day inarudisha maisha ya intersex person nyuma. Kwa sababu mfano nimekuja kwa ofisi yako, instead wewe unipatie service yenye nimekuja, already umeanza kuniandama. The other day I was in Mkuru police post because the following day nilikuwa nataka kutrain mapolisi just to create awareness. Then inspector ananiuliza vile kansa ameuliza Komboka, kwani siku hizi Kisii kuna Komboka mwenye ni mwanaume? Nikamwambia by the way inspector, hata mimi sijui kama wewe ni mwanaume. The main reason why nimemjibu hivyo ni umeniuliza jina, si ndio? Ni nini tena maswali mengine mingi. Mpaka karudi chini tukaongelesha, na by the way the following day alinipatia alifanya communication mzuri mpaka nilikuwa karibu 25 to 30 polisi kutoka hapo around. Si eti nilikuwa rude. Mbona wewe unaona beyond my names? Si ndio? Mtu amejintroduce ni Jane. Si utosheke na Jane. Asante sana Titi.
Asante sana. Haya maarifa ni mengi. There's a lot around the issues of intersex persons, as you can already hear from the grassroots level. And we don't know. You can hear an OCS who is wondering what's going on here. We have seen that the intersex person is born that way. Many people have a role to play right from the beginning. The parents, the society, the siblings, and the doctors. Christine, I'm interested in knowing the role of the doctor in this journey. What do they do? Is it proper? Does it help this child? And then you'll graduate as you grow and tell us about this child in the sports arena.
Okay, thank you. For me, role enye daktari ana play, first of all, naweza sema sio mzuri na si mbaya. Reason as to why nasema hivyo, at birth, mama akishajifungua, daktari once atagundua hii case, most of them watanyamazia. So hiyo ni kama ameachia mzigo wazazi. So akiachia mzigo wazazi, mzazi hatajua vile daktari alimwambia mtoto wako ni wa kike, mzazi ataendelea akilia mtoto wake kama wa kike. But knowledge ya daktari alikuwa nayo, alikuwa anajua mtoto ni intersex. So mtoto akiendelea kugrow, kuna certain stage inafika mtoto atakuwa na interest in hobby ama sports. For me, nikakuwa na interest kwa sports, which is football. Kuanzia ata tender age nimegrow in football up to now. So growing in football, julikana kama Christine, inakupea that motivation, huyu ni mdem. Anaendelea kugrow kama dem, anacheza timu ya wasichana. But ikifika some stage, kuna zile changes enye Kwamboka alikuwa sema. Kuna zile changes enye teammates na opponent wanataka kuziona kwako, yet wazioni. So unapata itakuwa more challenging, mkienda kama games tunaenda Kisii, watataka kujua check up Christine ni nani, features zake hazimatch. So kwa hiyo sport arena unapata it's much difficult kwa huyu mchezaji. Kwanza atafika hivi anaenda kucheza mchezo, atakuwa kitu ya kwanza morali yake iko chini. Juu itaanzia tu kwa warm up, utasikia akisema huyu sio msichana, huyu kijana, huyu nini. So hiyo kitu inamtoa timing kabisa. Inamtoa timing in a way that hata ku focus na nini atakufanya. But yeye tunapata hiyo ndio passion yake iko kwa roho. Mimi nimepata opportunity through sports kujoin high school Butere Girls, but through that sports tena ikanirudisha bado kwa nyumba kwa sababu waliniambia nirudi for further medical. Hiyo further medical ni more challenging kwa sababu utakuwa unaenda unarudishwa. Na before ujue wewe ni intersex, daktari pia atakupeleka hivi. Christina akaendelea kupasiu career yake kama football akijua one time itakuja kumsaidia. Christina akapata call up national team women Harambee Starlets back in 2016. Christine ka participate akaingia kambi, but issue inakujia place unapata pia kwa kambi yenyewe au wachezaji wanaona kama uko different now. Ya 2016 Christine akadropiwa, kapata call up ingine under 20 national team. The same Christine akaenda akapiga shughuli. Christine anajua mimi ni Christine. Jumina feel Kenya kwa baadhi na Kenya law inajua mimi ni Christine. So una right ya kuniuliza mimi ni nani. Christine kaendelea kugrow. Kwa hiyo under 20 kafika place ya medical. Kipele kwa medical pia daktari ya kudisclose ati nini ilifanyika. Mimi nilisikia Christina yuko kwa kambi tena. So question ni daktari alipeana majibu ama kupeana, ama enye daktari alijua afai kuambia mtu. So unapata role enye daktari anacheza pia kwa esports arena ndio tusaidia most. Once akituambia Christine is an intersex na kuna option A na B, so Christine ndio atadetermine which option mimi nataka kwenda nayo to grow in this sports arena. But unapata mwingi wa kificha mtoto mwenye na group pia sasa yake kitaka kuwa footballer, akitaka kuwa athletic, akitaka kuwa rugby player, au ndo ta destroy most. Juu itafika that certain age itabidi ame give up. Juu mimi niliacha mpira for one good year. Juu hakuna kitu niko na benefit nayo. Juu ndapelekwa hivi.
Kuongezea, madaktari by the way hawafanyi vizuri. Because sile surgery zenye wazazi wa parents wanafanya na madaktari, unapata wamelea Francisca, instead wamekompatia ruhusa Francisca consent kama yeye ni Francis. So unapata inakuwa ni issues, inakuwa sasa tunasema ni lifetime. Because kama madaktari wangeruhusu, daktari na wazazi wangeruhusu kwa mboka akue vile alisaliwa, then akuje kufanya uamuzi wake mwenyewe, inaweza kuwa ni rahisi sana. Kwa sababu unapata majority of the intersex person zile surgeries wanafanyiwa sinakuwa ni opposite. So unali somebody else na ile surgery ulifanya nakumbuka ni kitu permanent huwezi rudisha. So unapata wazazi wetu na madaktari wacha waongoje to consent.
Very heavy legal issues. Very fundamental human rights questions. You've heard it for yourself. It's like the dancers, the musicians, being told you shall not dance. Yet it's in your system, it's in your body. It's like telling the small boy, you'll not play football. The small girl, you'll not play kati. We have Christine here who is an adult. You've heard the nature of school that Christine attended. A girls' school. Advanced into the career of football. Opportunities galore. But you've heard who we have today here on the floor is a Christine who has no right, freedom of association, cannot enjoy the sport they love. That's a serious challenge. What can you and I do to change the system so as to enable, to create room for intersex persons, not only in football, in the athletics platform? I wonder how it will be when we can swim with them, when we can play football with them. It's going to happen. And we are the seed today that is going to change the generations ahead. You've heard Kwamboka talk of a surgery. The surgery is done normally very early in the child's age. Who consents? You've heard the surgeries are quite heavy and irreversible. How does this child grow? We've heard that some of them backfire. Do we have documents that will embrace those changes in our laws? And like you'll see that child, luckily, Christine advanced in his education. Many intersex persons fall out right at the doorsteps of the nursery school level because of stigma. The few who manage to get into the school through shortcuts, through fake birth certificates, don't last in the school. We have situations where in the future, the impact of lack of school papers plays out at the job market, at the employment market. And I want to invite Sydney to tell us the experiences around the employment conversation. Karibu Sydney.
Asante. Nilisema mwanzo naitwa Sydney Etemesi, nilizaliwa pande ya Western, Kakamega County. I was born intersex. And vile mwenzangu amesema hapa, wazazi wengine wanapotea. So wangu hakuamua kuachana. So I was disowned at 13 years. Because according to the culture, waliamini kwamba kuzaa mtoto kama huyo ama mtoto kama huyo akizaliwa kwa familia ni laana. So at that time ndio nikuja nifukuzwe. It was all about issues zenye kwa zina happen kwa boma. Like kama mtu akikufa inasemekana ni wewe umesababisha. Kitu chochote kibaya kikifanyika inakuwa ni wewe. So wakaona ugumu wa kukaa na mimi pia, na also the neighbors hawakuwa comfortable. So wakaamua kunitupa nje. So from there kumekuwa na challenge mingi sana zenye nimepitia as an intersex person, because wakati huo there was no information about it, na pia ilikuwa ngumu sana hata kutafuta a support from someone kumwelezea yale unapitia. So imekuwa safari ngumu kwangu. And first challenge yenye nimekuwa nayo ngumu sana imekuwa ni kupata kazi. Kupata kazi imekuwa ngumu sababu ya documentation. Ile kitambulisho ambayo nilipatiwa, yale majina nilipewa na wazazi ambayo inapia kwa kitambulisho. So unapata anaenda kuulizia kazi, unapouliza uitishwe ID, unapata yale majina yenye kwa pale na mwenye anaitisha kazi ni watu wawili tofauti. So nilipewa jina ya Beatrice nikiwa mdogo at birth, but kwa sasa najiita Sydney sababu organization ilinisaidia nikabadilisha jina. Na haikuwa rahisi sababu nilikuwa napigwa kila mara, nikienda kutoa pesa kwa M-Pesa inakuwa ni blanda, inakuwa ni ile ya unawekwa kesi impersonation, sababu wanaona saa zile unatoa pesa zile jina zinapia pale, na mtu maybe aliona John akiingia, inakuwa sasa inageuka inakuwa siasa, inakuwa ile ya uwe ni nani, mbona unatumia kitambulisho ya mtu mwingine. So nimekuwa violated sana, whereby I know mnaniona. So hizi alama zote ni zile nilikuwa na niko next bit. So yeah, so sometimes nilikuwa naitwa mpaka askari wanataka ni strip. So ile kujitetea sasa unapata naijiingiza kwa uo, lazima nijitetee pia. So nilikuwa na fight back, na baadaye mimi ndio nilikuwa naumia. So lakini sasa hivi nimebadilisha majina kwa ID yangu. It's so easy. Sasa naweza itisha kazi mahali, naweza toa pesa kwa M-Pesa, but it was so hard for me. It was a big challenge to me, whereby ilinifikisha mpaka to a level ya depression. So far, even right now, niko na depression, but it's just another challenge on my health issue. So it's hii safari haijakuwa rahisi, but also I thank wenzangu hapa tumeamua tukatoka nje ku create awareness around the intersex issues and intersex persons, ndio wale ambao wanazaliwa leo wasipitie yale magumu ambayo tumepitia as intersex persons. Yeah, thank you.
These are things that we take for granted. Across the room, all of us have names. Nani ana jina? Hata umbo tunapea jina. Sindio? But our constitution guarantees in Article 53 every person to a right to a name. You've heard it here. The names that these colleagues, these friends of ours carry did not match their person. You've heard the conversation, the challenge in the process of changing names. It's not easy. It's costly. And these changes in the name are so critical to the right of a human being, to the life of a human being. You can hear they have the linkages to the employment, access to funds. And in particular, Sydney has mentioned a very critical entry. You've heard him say, depression. Jameni, mbona ana afya nzuri? Why is he suffering from a depression? Why is it that an intersex person has to always, constantly walk around with suicidal thoughts? Mbona anataka kujimaliza, kujitoa maisha, kujiua? Why? Article 43 ya katiba inatupatia haki ya health. Can we say really that intersex persons can enjoy that when Sydney sits here and says they are suffering from depression? We are part of the problem. So the next question, which I'll throw to Kwamboka, what is the healthcare platform looking like in Kenya when you talk about the intersex person? Right from the statutory provisions of NHIF.
We, health issue norma Kenya. Kwa nini nasema hivyo? The names you have, the documents you have, wewe mwenyewe ni vitu mbili tofauti. Kupitia kwa bili ya Mheshimiwa Mwaura kwa Senate, if registration can be done for intersex persons, hapo ndio naweza sema tunaweza angukia, because tutakuwa kwa mfano kwa form ya hospitali itakuwa na male, female and intersex. Itakuwa ni rahisi sana kwetu kupata hizo services. Because kwa saa hii NHIF form peke yake, hiyo form, the only person anaweza chaza is a man or a woman, nothing else. So unapata ni ngumu sana. But as an organization we are trying to see, na tuko na conversation na NHIF ya ensure that can intersex persons be part of beneficiaries wa NHIF, kwa sababu itakuwa rahisi. But pia hiyo unapata we spend a lot to ensure that watu wanakubali, but kama inaweza kuja direct from government in terms of registration of intersex persons, itakuwa ni rahisi kwa sababu itakuwa iko kwa law. Mfano saa hii leo hii Kwamboka kicha kwenda hospitali hapa, mfano Kenyatta, kwa form imeandikwa MF, then kicha kusema hiyo jina Kwamboka au maclerks wakiita Kwamboka yes atasimama, but hata wagonjwa wenyewe watakuwa wanatafuta Kwamboka. That's one. Two, the questions being asked well at the consultation room, kwa sababu waliona jina Kwamboka already wamekubox, wamekuweka mahali. So there's those certain questions watakuwa nakuuliza senye already zitakuwa zina kurudisha chini. So once the registration of intersex persons can be done, at least tunaweza sema Kenya tutasaidika kwa pande ya matibabu. 2019 tulikuwa na mtoto mwenye ni intersex, ako na issue 2-3, ako hospitali Kenyatta, but ako class 8. But now madaktari, since they don't understand hizi issues are intersex, ule mtu yako hospitali kama kitabu, madaktari wanatumia kusoma, while huyu mtoto anafaa kuwa shule akasome, so that, because at the end of the day intersex persons lazima wasome, and as an organization we are supporting intersex children to be in school. So napata we are wasting this time, huyu mtoto hatasoma kwa sababu madaktari wangemhudumia na atoke hospitali, but sasa wamemweka hapo kwa sababu wanasoma kutoka kwake. Asante.
Abbott, your silence is so loud. Yet you know, and we all know, that in the national census, we counted the intersex persons. Imagine, we are first in the nation, in the world, to have counted the intersex persons. It's a reality. Abbott, having counted these people, you as an outfit, as an organization, what can we do tapping into the census results, tapping into the opportunities available in our constitution, working with the reality in the human front, so as to make the next generation a better place?
Thank you, Chigete, and all the presenters before me. I think it's a reality that stigma and discrimination is very present with us. It's not something that is going to be evaded. It's not something that it's going to erupt anytime soon. It's very existed with us, and even part of the work that Uhai and Jinx Yangu and Kina Kombaka we've been doing is just generally around how can we vaporize the stigma discrimination that is present. I mean, the fight for recognition, the fight for acceptance, the fight for inclusion of the intersex population is not a very recent fight. This is a fight that has existed far into, stretching into 2009, 2010. I think Jinxiang was registered in 2011, is it? So these are something that are present. And so because of that, it's a tenet, it is a fabric of the society, that like for a normal, for lack of a better word, human being, this should be either a male identifying person or a female identifying person. Of course, gender is fluid, but that is something that is present. And I'm trying to think of that mama who has given birth in the village or in some very rural peri-urban area, and who is surrounded by all these stereotypes, right? I don't know whether, maybe just back to your question, whether all of us participate in the census process. I participate in the census process, and I remember having very deep conversations with the enumerator, the person who was collecting the data. And the questions were as simple as yes or no. Yeah, it's entirely to the discretion of the person giving the feedback. So because of that, and because of the underlying stigma and discrimination issues, I think I still dispute the results of the census. I don't think that is the actual figure. I don't think that could be a figure to program with, but it should be data that can be used to inform actions, that these issues are present. It should be data that should be utilized to sort of design programs and interventions that can be able to dismantle oppression and very pushy actions towards the intersex population. And Kenya is the first in the world, of course, to have the census. But even with that, and with, so many issues that I know are crowding the government agenda, it's going to be still a steep fight, and I know there's going to be a lot of work to be done in maybe in the next few years. And our focus, for example, as an institution, is to ensure that we speed that process so that we can be able to have equal access. We can be able to have gender recognition. We can be able to have every other rights and freedoms the intersex population would also want to experience, for them to fully thrive and exist in the society. But I don't really think that the figures in the census are anything to inform the actual reality and the populations that identify as the intersex population. Yep.
Indeed, we always say that the long journey begins when you take the first step. We have taken the first step, and like you can hear, we have opportunities to change the situation. We need to speak to the policies that the governments in the different capacities as counties, the 47 counties. We need to have this conversation out there so that the counties and the different ministries start developing policies that will then speak to the issues of intersex persons. And we are getting to understand this concept more, but it's far from, we can't finish. There's so much around the issues of intersex persons. I spoke to an intersex person the other day, and he told me he's in love. He's in love and he wants to marry. Kwamboka, what do you tell us about marriage and the intersex person?
Timafisi. Intersex persons ni kama yule mtu yeyote. But now the issues comes in, pia wale wenye tunataka kudate na kuoa pia, they don't understand us. Na unapata now it's a journey. You take the person through to understand who are you. Then kutoka hapo, kuna wale watakubali kuoa na kuolewa and life goes on. But an intersex person anaweza oa, one, anaweza olewa na anaweza kuwa na watoto. If intersex genital mutilation itafanyika, hiyo ni ile surgery yenye tulisema inafanyika from the word go. If an intersex person can be supported like 100%, kama wale watoto wengine wanaweza kuwa na families na life goes on.
Indeed, that's interesting. I am sure you guys are asking, how is that possible? Naona mmekimya kimya, watu wagiria mabijikenda namna gani pale wana, metulia kama maji kwa, wanaweza oa au la? Can they marry or not? They have a right to marry under Article 45 ya katiba yetu. Katiba tulirusha kura, tukasema every person has a right to marry. So what did you hear the problem is? Mumesikia shida ni nini? Shida ya kwanza ni sheria zetu. Sheria Marriage Act inasema ndoa between male and female. And since you hear that the intersex persons can marry, that takes us to the next question. What is the role of the parliamentarians in generating a legislative structure that will enable and or facilitate these lovely people to form and found a family? Ndio inawezekana? So that then the next question, which I'm going to throw to Sydney, you're saying a right to family. Unaweza oa. Sheria ile ya watoto, the Children's Act, inasema you can adopt. Inasema what is to adopt, Wagiriema? Mwisho wa lami. What is to adopt Kiswahili? Hiyo umenoa sio kulea. What is to adopt in Kiswahili? Aya, lakini mmeelewa ni nini, sio? The Children's Act that regulates adoption in Kenya inasema ya kwamba mwanamume kivyake peke yake hawezi akaadopt kasichana. Mwanamke hawezi akaadopt boy child, kadogo kale. Alafu inasema kama mmeoa mnaweza adopt na inapeana threshold. Kumbuka tumesema intersex, mambo ya kuoa ina shida tayari, si ndio? Sasa Sydney, kama wewe mtu mzima una miaka ngapi?
31.
31. Hiyo sheria inasema kama wewe ni mwanamume huwezi adopt kasichana. Kama wewe ni mwanamke huwezi adopt mvulana. Sasa wewe hali yako ikoaje bwana? Na kuna sheria naye ni Mkenya.
Mi hiyo sheria kuna mahali inaniumiza sababu I'm married. Nimeoa na nimebarikiwa na mtoto anaelekea miaka 2. So mi huwa na encourage our members who are intersex that wasisikize mambo ya watu sana, wakae ni kama watu wenye hawana matunda ndani yao. Matunda wanayo hawana? Wanayo, sio? So huwa na encourage ya kwamba kuwa intersex sio mwisho wa maisha, ama sababu ya kudhulumiwa, ama ya kudisoniwa, ama sababu ya stigma. Mtu asikae tu anafaa angalie mbele, pia vitu ni kujaribu, si kweli? So pia kupitia kwa madaktari wetu, tuko na madaktari ambao wanatusaidia sana, so huwa tunawatuma pia wanaenda check up, ndio mtu anajua ana condition gani, ana uwezo gani, ni uwezo gani hawezi, ni wapi daktari anaweza saidia. So for me, I'm so happy living as an intersex person because nimebarikiwa. Asante.
Chikito on the same. On the same.
Yes, kumbuka.
Kawaida intersex persons wako na characteristic karibu 47. So unapata mfano Sydney sio Komboka. The issue comes in kama mfano you were raised as Komboka. So one, before even the constitution ama the laws ni society. Because mfano kama sio vile nimecreate awareness kwetu na around leo hii wakicha kukuona na msichana, ukienda na msichana nyumbani, issue itakuwa gani? So weka lawyer wetu kuliko tena tukimbizana na government yetu ya Kenya hapo kwa cold doors. Adoption, at least what can be done in terms of adoption, isiwe Komboka siesi adopt mtoto wa kike ama wa kiume
ama
intersex, so that at least upate, because intersex persons want to have their families, and if that is the case, who then? Yeah.
So we can see there's a lot of room for reform. We are the people, the sovereignty power belongs to us, article 1 ya katiba, si ndio? Christine?
To add on Komboka, for me, naweza sema being an intersex is a privilege. Yani being raised as a girl for maybe 15 to 18 years and then 18 for the rest of the life to be raised to be a man, it's a privilege. Kwa hiyo age una understand mademo napitia nini. So ukiadapt mtoto msichana unajua challenges manini wa mademo napitia. Since umekuwa kwa society na mademo, ukigrow unajua what are their challenges. Ukikuja hapa kwa vijana pia unajua nini. So at the end of the day wewe uko neutral, unajua how to handle a girl and how to handle a boy. So wakisema ati hii maybe sisi tunachukua wote, maybe male or female ndio wachague, lakini as an intersex it's a privilege. Hakuna mtu kwa hii dunia utapata ameishi double life in one person. Mtu amegrow akijua juu. Obviously ukiwa msichana ukigrowiwa, mzazi alikwambia hii ni mbaya, hii ni mzuri, unafaa kufanya hivi. Then ukifika hii age nyingine maybe unapata guidance wa hivi ndio mwanaume afaa kufanya. So at the end of the day unaweza raise mtoto msichana, unaweza raise mtoto kijana.
I like that. Yeah, ameona kuwa intersex is a big advantage. So that is somebody known as Christine, who I can tell you confidently is not about to commit suicide because they've accepted themselves. And that's a very positive notion. So that when you meet an intersex person uko nje, tell them that it's a beautiful thing. And Muumbaji alisema we all created wonderfully and tumeumbwa na Muumbaji akatupenda akatuumba vile alivyotuumba. So our business here is to accept ourselves. But these people will not accept themselves if you constantly expose them to stigma, to violence. When you constantly offend and take away their dignity, they'll not accept themselves. It's a good thing. It's the best thing to do as an intersex person. Accept yourself. But you as a community, you as a society, have your role to play. And Abbott had a point. I believe I can give him room.
So I think maybe just to add to my my other presenters, I think generally Kenya, and we will agree to this, is a religious country. Like a large portion of Kenya ni waumini, and a large portion of Kenya is still very cultural. And I have been privileged to work with community organizations and foundations, and to be in spaces, that are at the grassroots. And I've heard how even watu wamesoma are reasoning around certain things because they still have some cultural value to them. So because of that, I'm trying to think about an intersex person who lives in some remote village in Nyanza or in the northern part of Kenya. I was even surprised the other day there was a part in northern Kenya that even didn't have access to M-Pesa and Safaricom, right? So it means even some of the progress, that the intersex community have realized so far, and the awareness that has been around the issue of intersex persons has not reached that person, right? And so that person is still thinking like, oh, my child or me as a mother or a father, like the family is cursed, or maybe the lineage. And there are still things like kwenda kwa waganga, kwenda kwa waumini to pray so that the curse can be to be removed. So those still exist. So I'm trying to imagine of like a mature person, like an adult who has been raised and have some of these cultural values, in their system, and then they watu wazima saizi, they want to marry, but because of that they still opt not to marry or choose to be to be inclined to a particular way of life that then doesn't involve them to get married. So generally, and one of my greatest writers, Charles de Mostake, says that in nature, all humans are born equal, yeah? But then it's a society that pulls that right from them. And the only way they can be able to get that right is by protection of the law. So I think the only way to ensure that the intersex community have an equal and a fair access to justice, a fair access to rights, is to ingrain these in law and to create massive awareness, both from the national level and all the way to the grassroots. The other day I was watching a documentary about the female genital mutilation, and even despite all the work that has happened to erase this practice, you find that still women who are who want to get married, and because maybe the men want that in them, in the night will creep and go, get the cut so that they can be able to, get into the marriage setting and be accepted in their communities. So I think beyond even the law, there is need for awareness. There is need to dismantle cultural practices, to dismantle traditional ways of thinking that, clusters particular issues as vices. So there is still need for protection of the law and a need for awareness raising.
I couldn't agree more. Indeed, when the task force by the Honorable Attorney General went around the 47 counties of Kenya, the top problem, the top challenge bedeviling the intersex persons was our lack of awareness. Sisi kama wa Kenya. So that, like Abbott is saying, if we can address that question, awareness, creation, we are sorted. It will generate acceptance. If a child is born and we accept that child because we are aware, it will promote the rights of that child to live. And that awareness, we must ask ourselves as Kenyans, which is the best fountain through which we can penetrate to promote, fulfill the right to education under Article 43. The classroom is the best platform. Can we start telling our members of parliament, our MCAs, our governors, But when they go to parliament, when they're discussing matters education, they need to amend certain provisions so as to create a curriculum that is promoting the rights of the intersex persons. And I'm telling you free of charge, like Mr. Kwamboka said earlier, when we went to parliament to discuss this issue, some were crying. Some of your members of parliament were crying. Wanauliza ni nini hii? Mbona nilikuwa sijui? Take advantage and talk to them and tell them about the need for awareness, creation and capacity building, not only to the students in primary school, but also to the teachers, to the community, to the doctors. Let us speak this language. Tukipatiana ile habari, we are going to open the doors to reform. And that takes me to the next question, which is currently happening. The BBI, Kwamboka, wewe ni mwanasiasa. You are a serious politician who once upon a time told me you want to become the member of parliament of?
Member assembly from Kuru.
You told me you want to vie for a seat.
Yes, I mean.
Our constitution gives you the right to vote and the right to be voted in. The BBI is on the floor now. So tell us two things. One, what is the situation like now when it comes to your right to vote? Two, what can we tell the BBI conversation so as to generate change for the generations to come for the intersex community?
As a Kenyan, I have a right to vote, yes. But as an intersex person, naeza sema no. Because vile nilisema mapema, if registration is done ya intersex persons, all these forms, because voting is all about forms, all these forms, it will be enabling us to feel either man or a female or an intersex person. That's point number one. Point number two, before voted in as a area MCA, IPC iko ready kunikubali kama an intersex person. IPC, hiyo commission iko na hiyo chance ya kusema now you as an intersex person tumekiria your candidature and ukangangane na wananchi. Hawana, kwa sababu kicha kuangalia the letter of information of intersex persons kwa community ni kidogo sana, na saa zingine unapata in Kenya a certain office or government office can give you this service, another office inakudeny another service. So the question comes in, why is it that this office has given this opportunity but the other one is not? Same to IPC. So we should start with IPC first, for them to understand there is intersex persons, not only in Nairobi Kwamboka, but somebody else huko chini mashinani mwenye anataka any seat. So that kutoka hapo itakuwa ni rahisi sana. The main reason why najua naisa kwa the first intersex person to fight for an MC or area of parliament anywhere is one, to create awareness kwa hizo office kinstu ya kwanza, so that any person who will be interested nyuma yangu atapata already hiyo barabara imetengenezwa, itakuwa ni rahisi kwake.
And before you leave the debe, you've talked of the IBC forms, very fundamental forms, which create part of your right to vote. Take a step behind and another one. Tell us about the challenge with the ID conversation that will then create another roadblock.
ID yetu ya kama Mkenya is either male, female, full stop. Hata kama Sydney amesema amekuwa na uwezo wa kubadilisha majina, kuna kitu itabadilishwa hapo kwa hiyo ID. Inaitwa sex mark. So hata kama Kwamboka atabadilisha majina zake yote leo, na government of Kenya itakuwa na uwezo ya kubadilisha hiyo sex mark, bado hapo kuna issue. Because utakuwa umepeana ID yako kwa yule officer, akuverify, ataangalia jina, aseme yes, next. By the way, immediately after your name ni sex mark. watapata the person standing in front of them and the document ni vitu mbili tofauti. Na ndio maana sasa hivi unapata we are using advantages ya trans organizing through ODRI to change even our documents za mashule yenye itafika kwetu kama intersex persons, yenye bado itakuwa ni swali bado kwa EPC the forms ama the documents yenye nitakuwa nazo hizo certificates. So bado kuna maswali mingi sana. Again, hawa wananchi wenye utakuwa unauliza upate votes zao watakuwa na kuangalia aje. Na ndio maana sana organization each and every day tuko mashinani to ensure that each and every person can get at least information kidogo sana kuhusu is an intersex person, so that ikija kufika hiyo wakati isiwe ndio unaingia kwa depression mpaka ukakufa hata kabla ufike kwa debe. Yes.
Kwa Mboka, wewe bado haujamaliza safari. Ulizaliwa, ukatembea na unaendelea kutembea. Umenyimwa haki ya kura. Je, sasa hivi waambiwa twende Canaan na BBI. Je, utasemaje?
By the way, pole sana, mimi ni mmoja wa kupinga PBI. Sitaki kabisa because one, Nairobi County we have 17 constituencies, tutaongeza zingine 11 12. Kwa nini? Ile pesa yote yenye inataka kuongezewa hapo, mfano kuna Ward Development Fund, mbona isiweke kwa CDF so that hii CDF hiyo ward iko kwa CDF, hiyo pesa yote iwe channel pale. Point number 2, mbona tunataka kuwa na, there's a lot of shit hapo. Na by the way, mimi I'm campaigning against, hata uko chini mashinani. Hata kama tulijaribu kupata fuse kidogo ya as kama intersex person to be included, kwa sababu unapata kama sahi kuna hiyo minority, but hatuwezi wekwa sisi wote kwa gunia moja ya minority. Wacha tuulizane hao minority ni akina nani. Wacha sasa tuanze kusingle out hao minority ni akina nani, because our issues as intersex community sio same na wale watu wenye mfano wako physically challenged. Yeah? So utapata haki zetu ni tofauti hata kama sisi wote ni binadamu at the end of the day. So unapata BBI bado hata kama tunangangana iwe kwetu haitu support completely.
It's your right, it's your view, it's your entitlement to support or not support the BBI conversation, but to me it creates an opportunity. Maybe we could have entries for intersex conversations. Siku ile itawai ifika mahali inaenda, tutasema tulitumia mwanya. And today we are saying we must take advantage of every slight opportunity that comes in the way to promote the rights of the intersex persons. But we must say no when you are told that they are second-hand citizens. We must say no. Let's take advantage. Ukienda mtoni ng'ombe anywa maji. Let's take advantage of those opportunities. Let's help them to harness those opportunities. Abbott spoke of an item which is very interesting. Whenever an intersex person is born, they are classified as taboo babies, bad omens. Many of them are killed. Many of them are rejected. Many of them are hidden in the shadows, never to see the light of day. Our Constitution tells us, Abbott, this is coming to you. Article 2 of our Constitution tells us that we have these rights which speak to our custom. Then it tells us that every person has a right to practice the rights of their customs. Abbott, what would you tell us around the customs and the customary practices that are going on in many counties that are killing intersex children?
I think it's not right. By every vein, by every fabric in my body, I think it's definitely not right. Each person needs to have an equal access to life and to opportunities. But I think I'm not a legal scholar, but you could guide me. There's an article in the Constitution. I'm not sure if it's one or two that says any law that is repugnant to the Constitution then is void. Like it's totally not a regard. Yeah, it's a supreme law, Article 2, right? Yeah. So I think because of that, and because we have a new constitution, and maybe just to add to the conversation around BBI as well, the constitution as is right now needs only support from the legislative angle of parliament to be implemented and serve the Kenyan population. If the government is intentional and if there's enough citizen action, I think probably that's why we're having this conversation, is enough citizen action and push for the government to legislate, for the government to create structures and systems that can be able to, shun oppression, that can be able to promote rights of the intersex population, then we're going to even have structures at the village level. We're going to have structures at the sub-village and sub-county level. In that way, even the normal mwananchi, the common mwananchi who lives in that village can be able to pick what's right, can be able to pick what's wrong. In Swahili they say serikali ina mikono mirefu, right? So I feel that the government is not doing enough. Yeah, and even the little that the government is doing comes at a cost, and then it's also very protracted. So I'm assuming that if all these become a reality 10 years from now, how many children shall have died by then, by either their parents struggling them or throwing them by the roadside? There are very dirty, ways of how people dispose of intersex children that needs to be shut. And the only way to shut it is by government being very intentional and in their efforts. Your PESA award, it should be directed to, setting local structures that can be able to create awareness, setting local structures that can be able to document, and report on some of these issues. I think that's my take.
Yeah, it's a very slippery lane, because when we talk of the space where an intersex child is born that way, in a community that believes they are taboo babies, the question then comes, what is the mother and the father of this child supposed to do? Are they going to disobey, depart from the customary practices, and become cast by the community? Are they going to say that this custom is repugnant? Will they be able to face the neighbors tomorrow? So this fight becomes like the fight we are fighting around the FGM, eradication of FGM. So then you must ask yourself, as the members of the community, in your society, when this child is born and killed, what is happening there? The midwife has said, ni junta. The immediate thing that happens is death. Don't we have a penal code, a law in Kenya, which tells us that murder under Article 26 then becomes a crime because you're taking away the right to life? And like Abbott has rightly said, are we comfortably going to be saying that those repugnant customs and practices must go? The answer is yes. And the only person who can help us change those cultures, those practices, those customs, is you. You're the foot soldiers. You must reject it. We must reject it. And since you're saying, let this child survive, Christine, I'm coming to you because you experienced some of that. When you say we have accepted that this child is going to leave, what kind of journey and stigma is this child going to experience? Maybe, Christine, you can pick from there.
Okay, the journey na stigma enye mtoto atapitia first, kama wazazi wameshamkubali huyo 100% ako na full support, because mzazi akiwa na support yako, jueni mtoto wake, definitely hata jirani akisema uni nani haita matter a lot. So ikifika mzazi amekusupport, then itakam kwa society. Hapo kwa society ndio stress. Kwa society ni kama ni lazima fight back. Kukubalika ni lazima fight back. So hii entertainment ya mtu akwambia wewe ni nini, as long as unajua wewe ni nani, then you will fight back. Reason ya kusema una fight back ni lazima stand out kuwa mimi ni huyu, sio ukae chini. Yes, mzazi amekubali but unakaa chini ile ya wazazi wangu wamenikubali mimi niko sawa. No, wazazi wako kuna siku wazazi watatoka, so itakuwa ni wewe ujisimamie. Wewe utajisimamiaje kama bado unajificha juu wazazi wako wameshakubali? Reason nasema unajitokeza kwa mtaa na catch akitokea mtaa through football, at least niza sema wakisema catch wanasema catch inatoka kwa jina Kachali juu playing kwa timu madem wakaniita Kachali, so hiyo jina Kachali tukaeka catch. So catch akitembea pale nje watu watasema, society watasema catch ni mdemu, wengine watasema catch ni boy. Wakiendelea kusema hivyo, mimi ndo najua mimi ni nani. So at the end of the day, vile catch anajitokeza kwa society ndio vile society itamkubali. Once utaanza kujificha na unafanya vitu mbaya, ndio watataka kujua wewe ni nani. But inasemekana kwa society, vile uta approach society ndio vile society itaku approach. Kama unafanya vitu mzuri kwa society hata uko nini watakuwa against you. Wataku accept juu unajua kuna kitu unachangia kwa society. But ikifika at point yenye unajua your condition but yet wewe ndo drunkard, wewe ndo nini, so inakuwa most challenging kwa hiyo society kukubali. Na ikifikia that point ndio unapata watu wanza kusema hii ni laana. But definitely hata historia laana sasa kacha kakuwa president, historia laana utasikia hata mama yako alikukana atasema ni mtoto wangu. So at the end of the day, ile ina society nataka ni impact gani unafanya kwa society? Nini unafanya kwa society? Right, enye society no matter what watakuja bado kuwa in support of you. Example na kuna Kwamboka. Kwamboka ni leader kwa society. At the end of the day, society watakuja kumback out wakisema ni leader wetu, sio nini. Hata watu wakujua mtupe mawe, at the end of the day watasimama na waseme ni leader wetu. Juu despite kukuwa na hii kuna kitu wanafanya kama leader enye nyinyi mnaona enye ule MP afanye na anafanya despite the condition yenye inaokaa kwa society.
Christine, you are making things look very simple. Catch. Yanafanya vitu zinafaraisa. Toboa.
Ni rahisi.
Small girl, boy growing up, wazazi wamekubali. Hali kule kiwanjani mcheza inakuwa namna gani? We want to see that picture of that little intersex child whose parents have said ni sawa tumemkubali. Akuuliwa. Yule akuuliwa kitabu ilifungwa, sio? Wewe sasa umeanza kutembea, tupatie tuelewe. And remember we are saying the biggest problem is lack of awareness. Sasa leo hapa tuko na nafasi, hebu tufafanue.
Ndio nikasema hapo kwa society, depending na what tunafanya kwa society, ndio jani itadetermine if itakuwa hard or itakuwa easy. For me in a football life, naweza sema imekuwa easy because my teammates my number one supporters. Ikifika ti unasema huyu ni Charlie afai kucheza, au utakuwa my backup. Mimi sitaongea, au watakuja kuleta hiyo saa kwa geto anasema kururu, au watakuja kunidefend. Au watakuja kunidefend in a way that huyu ni wetu. Na amekuja kucheza hapa juu sisi tunamjua ni hivi na hivi. Kama amekuja kucheza timu ya maboy yeye ni boy. Kama amekuja kucheza timu ya wasichana yeye ni msichana. So hiyo jani determine na vile steps una take. Unapata umeenda shule, unajiassociate aje na watu. Alafu hii jani depending na friends ndio watakupea direction. Unaweza jipata kwa good company. Good company ni ile yenye marafiki atakusikia, ni wale mtu, si ule mtu atajudge sana, utamwambia kitu aende ambie ule mwingine. Huu ni ule mwenye atakuunderstand in a way that akisikia mtu ana speak ill of you ata stand up kusema no. Before kumjudge useme hivi na hivi, first understand the situation. Kwa hiyo part ya kugrow, unapata the society once imesha jua wewe ni hivi na hivi, but kuna wale ni lazima unasemanga, kuna zile nyanya mbaya, ni lazima atakuwa na pia na incitement. Ni lazima tujue ni nani, na once umejua huyu anafanya hivyo, so wewe una stand up. Huyo ndo mtu wa kwanza unapatanga unamputa juu, itakuwa ulikuwa unasema hivi na hivi. Si ukuje niulize catch uko hivi na hivi, mbona uko hivi na hivi? Ndio unapata kwa situation kwa ground, nasema kwa ground vitu ni different. Approach yenye una approach kwa society ndio approach ta determined growing yako kwa hiyo society vile itakuwa.
Asante sana Christine. Bado naona kuna mambo hujasema, sababu naijua. Ukiwa mtoto wewe umetuelezea safari tamu, umekubalika, ukapendeza, ukacheza vizuri. Sio ndio tumepata? Lakini kawaida, labda tuombe kwa Mboka tusaidie. Yule mtoto mwenye tumesema tumemkubali, hebu tuelezee kutoka pale nursery school, pale mwanzoni kule kiwanjani wakicheza na wenzake, children who do not understand, who are curious, what is it like?
Si rahisi kabisa. Mfano, unapata there's an intersex person somewhere within this year, ako vile shule zilisimamishwa mwezi wa 3 form 1, amesoma shule 4 from January to March, amesoma shule 4. Sababu 1, wakati mtoto alikuwa amelelewa kama John, then Jane ameanza kutokelezea, familia yake na society walitengana. Then ikawa huyu mtoto shule mahali yake hayuko sawa, so mzazi akaona kama mtoto hayuko sawa hii shule, wacha nimpeleke the next school. The next school pia imekuwa same, mpaka amesoma shule 4 within 3 months. Huyu mzazi, kwa sababu mtoto amekuwa hivyo, mzazi baba amejiua, kwa sababu huyu mtoto sasa, yule mwenye walikuwa wanalea sio yule mwenye anaendelea kukua. Mama mwenye amebaki, the only person anayesongea na yeye ni service provider. Anaenda kwa duka, yule jamaa wa kumwattend kwa duka peke yake ndio anaongeleshana na yeye, hiyo mtaa yake yote. Kwa sababu ya nini? Kwa familia wako na mtoto intersex. So safari ya hata kama baba na mama watakukubali, uncle, the immediate brother to your father, hata kukubali, na hiyo ni part of the family. Kwa sababu at the end of the day, kumbuka vile tulisema mwanzo, unapata no information, hakuna awareness, ni kidogo. So kwa sababu ya hiyo bado hata wale hawajajua, hawa watajaribu kumdefend kama mtoto wao, but at the end of the day the larger family haitamkubali kabisa, na bado itakuwa inampiga in terms of this occurs. And because of that, as an organization, ndio maana tunajaribu kutumia mashinani. Hatuwezi enda kila mahali, but tunajaribu kufika pale chini kabisa, kutumia in terms of using vernacular radios, kwa sababu tunaamini ushago uko chini mashinani, utapata mzee akona kale kasimu kadogo kabisa, lakini anaweka radio anasikiza, which means tukija kutumia hiyo njia, information itafika huko chini mashinani. So hata kama baba na mama wananikubali, yes, but there is a lot of issues kwa hiyo barabara, kwa sababu wale wengine bado hawajakubali. Ndio maana tukapata kesi nyingine, unapata huyu mtoto ametoka shule, na kwa sababu ni mashinani huko chini, maisha yake ni mbaya kabisa, wale wengine wanamkalisha chini kwa sababu nguo zake zimeraruka, ndio waone huyu mtoto ni nani. So unaweza sema yes, mama ananisupport, yes, but the society haikusupport in any way.
Good people, we are hearing these challenges. You've been accepted by your parents. You were not killed. You are not murdered as a taboo baby. But here you are in a community that is so oppressive, so unforgiving, hawakutaki. They are so curious. They are constantly following you to see the difference between you and them. Is that easy? Hiyo kitu ni rahisi kweli? Ni ngumu. Remember, kila mtu ako na privacy yake. Unataka ubaki vile ulivyo sababu wazazi walikukubali, lakini kule nje even your own relatives ndio unasikia they don't want you. So the journey of this child right from the beginning kule anaishi hali ni hivyo. The right to education is a white elephant. How can a child migrate, move into 4 schools within such a short time? Yule mtoto mwishowe atarudi aone hii masomo haina haja. Sydney, because this child was accepted, amekuwa amefika kidato cha 3 cha 4. Hali yake ni namna gani kule skuli?
Asante sana. So nitasema hivi, unaweza kuwa na backup ya wazazi ndio, lakini maisha ambayo yako pale nje yanakuwa magumu sana, sababu kuwa pale shuleni hautakuwa na wazazi wako ambao wao wanakuelewa. So unapata sema mtoto yuko shule na amelelewa kama mtoto msichana, ama kuna yule amelelewa kama mtoto kijana, and maybe it's a boarding school. So unapata mtoto maybe ako boarding school ya wasichana, then kindani anajihisi yeye ni mwanaume, maybe something like that. So utapata ule mtoto hata masaa ya kuoga challenges ni mingi. Unapata saa zile wenzake wanaoga saa 11 asubuhi, yeye anajificha amke kitu kama saa 6 saa 7, saa zile wale wamelala ndio yeye akaoge, sababu hataki uwaelewe venye kunaenda. So unafuata pia ni challenge kubwa sana, na huwa inachangia sana ku drop out from school. And also kuna harassment pia zinakuanga shule, in terms of unapata maybe kuna wale walimu pia wanashindanga tu wamesumbua tu mtoto. Like I had an example, shule ile nilikuwa nasoma, nilikuwa napenda sana kusumbua wasichana sometimes at break time. So unapata mwalimu ana shout, saa zile wenzangu wako hapo unasikia na kuambia umeendevu, wewe ni msichana na unabehave kama mwanaume. So unapata inaweza pata mtu mwingine mwenye haezi beba hiyo, aanze kufeel ile ya huyu ni kama ananichunguza, ni kama ananijua, ushaona. So for me nilifeel vibaya because like the next day nilikuwa addressed kwa parade. So nilivumilia sababu naye wazazi wangu pia walikuwa untouchable. Ukirudi nyumbani utaona kenye unataka, so heri uvumilie. So unapata ni challenge sana, hata kama uko na support ya wazazi ndio wanakuelewa, lakini society ama wale wenye unadeal tu nao pale shuleni kama mwanafunzi inakuwa ni ngumu sana. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you can hear somebody is opening up, isn't it? Your information ni critical sana. Your information yenye tunasikia ni ukweli. Mtoto mwenye uko skuli na mwalimu anamsumbua badala ya kumfundisha masomo, it's not right. That child is going to fall out, go home very unequipped. When they go to the job market wako tofauti. And right there you can hear there's a need to create awareness. Even when it comes to the teachers. Mwalimu haelewi, haezi saidia yule mtoto. And what I picked from Sydney's conversation again is a very important entry in a human being. We have needs. And we have needs to be liked, to be loved, to be, you know. Amesema, yeye alikuwa anapenda kusumbua. It's normal, isn't it? Wasichana pia wengine wanapenda kusumbua wavulana. So those are conversations that we must not take lightly. They are part of our growing. They are part of our encounters in the school system. Lakini kama haueleweki, mwalimu anakuambia mea ndevu, anakutusi, that generates stigma. A child should be left to enjoy that space, to interact the way Sydney was doing it, because it's nature. It's the way he's wired. It's the way Sydney is wired. So lazima pale environment, school learning environment, ikuwe friendly so as to help these children to remain in the classroom. Those are very simple gains that we can achieve. That's a low-lying fruit right from the school environment. What is it that we must do so that we retain the intersex child in the classroom? Very simple entries. And I told you, you are condemned, all of you who are seated here today, you have to tell a teacher about this. You have to tell a teacher about the rights of intersex children when it comes to education. And if you do not do that, you are a perpetrator. So you are going to leave here knowing that you are a foot soldier. And Sydney Kwamboka seems to have something to add.
And because of that, we are trying to interact with curriculum development institutions in Kenya to ensure that at least teachers wako na information kidogo. Now, as an organization, we are trying to, anytime we are going for our outreaches, we include teachers so that they can understand. Initially, we are our target groups were religious leaders, community leaders, midwives, but tangu corona ianze tume include teachers. So kwa sababu tulipata 95% of intersex person they drop out of school, which means teachers hawana information. And because of that, teachers sasa tumeweka frontline ku ensure that wanapata information. Ile shule yenye yule intersex person atapatikana, wawe ndio wa kwanza kumtetea so that huyu mtoto apende shule na apate kumaliza masomo yake.
Maybe just to add to Komboka's. I remember when the new curriculum, the CBC, wakati ilikuwa inatengenezwa, alafu saa watu wa civil society wakaulizwa what are some of the feedback they would want to have and the things to see. There's an entire caucus that was working on comprehensive sexuality education. I happened to be a part of that caucus, and for some reason, the push and pull and the pushbacks that exist, especially that is generated from the religious community, is too intense to the extent that even the educational system understands reasons with their thinking more than the realities of some of our communities. And I remember that constantly there were things like age appropriate sexuality education. And when it came to things like gender identity and sexual orientation issues, they will just pick very sort of salient and sort of allowable language. And I remember the document was the feedback came around age appropriate, age appropriate, and then a lot of it was pushed to the guidance and counseling. So my guess is the guidance and counseling and even how the curriculum is designed, I think it's always just a lesson in a week, right? The other issue is beyond just training, beyond having this in the curriculum, are the teachers going to be well trained to be able to address some of these conversations, to be able to package some of these information in a way that the entire learning learning community can be able to get it. So those exist. It's a very difficult area to engage with, but I know where there's a will, there's going to be definitely a way. Yeah.
And indeed, we are seated here because we believe that there is going to be change, isn't it? Hatungekuwa hapa, tuko hapa manake tumeamini, tunajua, tumekubali ya kwamba there is a need to promote human rights and the right to education, right to life, generally all the rights, including the inclusion conversation for this very great member of our community. And we have seen this child who is growing, struggling in school. This child eventually drops out of school. Anatoka kabisa, anaenda zake. Anakatakata uniform, anachoma, anapotea kabisa. Will that child get school papers? No. When this child doesn't get school papers, I'm fast tracking this child to create the picture. A child who doesn't have school leaving papers becomes very disadvantaged in the job market. They are not competitive. Wawezi akapata kazi, ajira hakuna. And that child who has no school papers ultimately suffers because they cannot enjoy the socio-economic rights. They cannot enjoy housing. Their standards of living remain below par. That is inequality generated by a system which has refused to accept, to acknowledge equality and non-discrimination. We shall no longer be that part of that conversation. And in order for us to advance and appreciate this conversation beyond, to remind us we had the first child who was killed because of the culture, taboo baby, a bad omen. The second child was accepted by the parents, has gone through that hard, harsh journey of life. We have the third child who is subjected to the surgery, who is taken for an operation. And in order for me to continue with substance beyond there, I want to invite a new panelist, a panelist who is called John Mathenge. John Mathenge, Njo. Let's get a seat and a clap for John Mathenge. A seat and a nice clap, a warm clap. Karibu John. Aya, John apewe ile inaitwa, tuhitaji kidude. Ni kipaza sauti ama kipasha sauti? Kipaza sauti wapi ya bwana mgeni hapa?
Atapewa. Alafu bwana wakili.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the moderation. It's been fantastic. But we are also having some people following the conversation on hashtag Democracy and Rights Festival. And they have, I'll read just a few, and then you can carry on with the discussion. So Bobson Fadili says, interesting conversations by the panelists. More needs to be done in raising awareness on the difficulties experienced by those affected by various issues in sexual development in order to break taboos. And you've discussed the issue of taboos, and it's, of course, one of the central ones because it starts there. As you are born, you're born in a community, and that labeling starts immediately. Jane Meriwa says, thank you for bringing this conversation, very timely and important. And she says, in pastoralist communities, people, they're often killed, and they live in denial and sometimes don't have forums to even discuss the crucial issues as we are doing right now. Another comment here from Bobson says, much needs to be done in regards to understanding intersex persons. People need to educate themselves on intersex issues. They need to learn which words or phrases are preferred. And this question keeps coming up. And I think Kwamboka had that experience when he went to see the police officer. And the idea of how do we, we have these gender pronouns that we use. And so what kind, perhaps you could address that as well. This has come in. There's also a last one here that I will read. It ends up in a question, but Mr. Fadili here says, according to a baseline survey on intersex persons in East Africa, 2015, it is estimated that at least 2 intersex children are born every week in Kenya. Even so, the report notes that it is impossible to get accurate figures due to stigma and the cultural practice of concealment. And then he asks, how can we address this issue and ensure that inclusivity is upheld? So perhaps you could tie those in as you continue.
Asante sana for those entries, and they're quite real. You can connect with what we are discussing. They are exactly the same things that we are talking about. And especially the last one, how do we help this conversation? We need to ensure that we have the accurate data, the numbers of the intersex persons in Kenya, if at all we are going to succeed in helping them. I remember when we did the first case known as the RM case, the 3 judges who decided the case, presided over the case, we had asked them to allow or generate the data of intersex persons in Kenya. The judges dismissed us. And we said, very well, we have at least told Kenyans that there's a conversation known as an intersex person. Then we came to the Baby A case. Justice Lenaola had appreciated the concerns of intersex persons. And one of the things we had asked him to give us was an order counting the number of intersex persons in Kenya. And we went into the counties because he gave us the order. We went into the counties, we managed to count the intersex persons who we could, and now connects to Fathili. You called him Fathili?
Mr. Bob Fadhili, that was his name.
Yes.
Bobson Fadhili.
Yes, Bobson's question connects there. When we went into the field to count the intersex persons, the biggest hurdle, challenge, was the fact that people did not want to come out and tell us that they have intersex persons in their communities because of fear. But now that the generation of the population census came into play, I am confident, I am sure that since the AG, since Parliament is already in this conversation, we are going to get accurate numbers in the very near future. And that is supported by the fact that the intersex persons have now become more confident. They're coming into the open. They want to be counted. And it's through that process that we are then going to be able to include them in our national policies, agenda items, conversations, distribution of funds in the counties, in the budgetary allocations. That is one of the biggest ways that we are then going to be able to realize the dream of the rights of the intersex persons. So we go back to our very many babies, because we have many babies here, isn't it? The first baby was killed. The second one was accepted by the parents but suffered through the journey of growing up. Let's look at baby C, the third baby. The third baby comes in such a way that the parents are torn between killing that child and accepting this child. And they have this conversation, because it's the norm around there, that the only way we'll accept this child is when and only after the child has undergone a surgery to make them male or female. So we'll accept the child, but nusumka ana shida yule mtoto, lakini tunamtaka nusumka. Haya, daktari, service providers. In order for us to build this conversation, I want to ask our new panelists to introduce themselves and tell us what they are doing with their lives. Karibu sana.
Yes, good afternoon. My name's John Madenge. I'm a gay man living with HIV for 21 years. And I'm also an activist. I'm an LGBT activist in this country. And I advocate for gay rights, intersex rights, sex workers' rights, people who use drugs, and all those kind of things I do. And I'm also a director of an organization that has over 5,000 people who access free services, medical services in Nairobi and in Nyeri County. And it's not easy, but it's first you have to accept yourself who you are. It is not easy to be a gay man in this country, and people feels like being gay that you are coerced and you are forced, you are molested, you are raped, and all those kind of nonsense. And for me, being raised in a village in Nyeri, where it's rural area, where people don't believe, because every time you come out as a gay man, people say, oh, this is a Western issue, it came from Europe, it came from London, it's a white something. And for me, I was raised in that village in Nyeri, where I knew I was gay when I was very young. And after knowing I was gay, my dad could not accept me. I was kicked out of the home at class 8. I had to be employed as a houseboy. I did everything. I went to the street and I did sex work. Yeah, I was in Mombasa. I became a sex worker. I lived all that life. I saved money, yes. And then thanks God I did my form for last year. I got C. So I think for me, it's all about humanity, and people need to know, don't look me as a gay man, look me as a human being. Let's see a human being. Don't see my sexuality, because each and everybody has a sexuality, is it? I might be having anal sex. You might be also having an anal sex. How many straight people have anal sex? How many women have anal sex? How many men enjoy anal sex? It's not about being, mine is a sexuality. I'm not being coerced. I'm just a gay man who is proud to be a gay man, and I enjoy my life, and I enjoy actually trying to help other people, because especially if you look at, because Kenyans don't lead, and Kenyans are very good in condemning. We have a guideline from the National AIDS and STI Control Program. We have key populations guideline. We should talk about sexuality. And these are documented by the government, which talk about men who have sex with men. The new HIV infection in this country is from the men who have sex with men. Sex workers, 13.5%. People who use drugs is 11%. So that is 30% of the new HIV infection in this country is from this population, which is called key populations. And we cannot ignore, because I will have sex today with someone. Tomorrow, we are Kenyans. People love sex. Men love buying sex. We are women on the street selling sex. So you don't know who they have sex with. They might be having sex with their children, with your fathers, with your mothers. All what we need to do is to embrace peace and love. Because the most important thing, all what we need is love. All I just need from you is love. I don't want you to judge me. I want you to treat me as a human being. I want you to show me love. I'm not different. I make changes in this country. I am offering free services to 5,000 people, which the government of Kenya cannot afford to do that. So I think it is all what we can offer. It's only what we can do. It is not about my sexuality. Leave alone with my anatomy through here downwards. Can you check from here upward and see what I can do to you and what we can do? My sexuality is mine. It's not hurting me. Why does it hurt you? Stop discriminating me. Stop discriminating my brothers and sisters. I think we are all Kenyans. And we are paying taxes in some way, because every time I buy sugar, I'm sure I pay maybe 1 shillings%. Nobody has ever said, this gay man tax I don't want. My friend, we didn't need to work as a country. Let's love one another. Let's embrace each other, because a child is a child. Today I'm the best child of my father. My father, before he passed on, he loved me very much. After doing all that in my life, being a sex worker and saving so much money, having a small business, I made sure all the children who are behind me, they have finished university before me. Actually, all my family are now graduate. Now, only me who is not a graduate. But I know what? I'm more than a graduate. So I think it's all about what you can do. Because today, they don't see my sexuality. The whole village don't see my sexuality. All what they see is someone who is very hurt, someone who is willing to help people. I want to make changes in this country. I am part of this country, and I really want to be in this country, and I love to be in this country. I don't fear. I don't care what you say about me. I don't talk, even if now, there was a time that I used to cry each and every day. Now, these days, I woke up very happy. I walk very freely. I talk to my neighbors. Every time I used to be kicked out of the house because of my sexuality. Not because I'm having sex. It is only because they know I'm a gay man. But you know what? This fight, it is me who has to fight. I will fight my own battle and for other people. The same with the intersex. If you sit down there and watch things happen, these people, they will even kill you. We will need to unite all of us together and say health rights are human rights, intersex rights are human rights, gay rights are human rights, and each and everybody Kenyans rights are human rights. So I believe we can all do together, and let's advocate for our rights, because as much as we are talking about our rights, don't keep quiet. Don't be shouted about by these Christians, because every day I go to church, I pay tithe. I've never seen, because I'm a believer. Me, I'm a Catholic, and I'm a believer. And I pay tithe. I've never missed my tithe. My priest and my bishop know that I'm a gay man. I've never seen them telling me we don't need money from a gay man. So they are hypocrites. So, they preach each and every day, but they still accept our money. So we are living in a country where people just see money. People don't see humanity. And I think that is how I feel as me.
Wapinduru, wapi makofi. Expression, freedom of expression. We are a nation that embraces that. Thank you Bwana Madhenge, karibu sana. Hapa uwanja tumepiga kadanda kabisa. Yule mwenzako, hebu update him because he came late. Give him some information about football. from an intersex person's perspective so that we warm him up.
I had Kachali.
Kachali, hebu.
Mwana Madhenge. Okay, hapa tulianza na kusema the challenges and the challenges na benefits za intersex, lakini most of them ilikuwa challenges through sports. You can find someone or an intersex person engaged in sports, but later akishafika puberty stage, when changes zinaanza kuokaa, anakuwa rejected in a certain team wenye alikuwa anacheza. Kama alikuwa raised like a girl, then ikifika at certain point wanaanza kumjudge uso msichana. So unapata at that point itakuwa much harder kwake pursue a passion in either sports, maybe rugby or football. So unapata inakuwa more challenging for them to pursue their dream in football or in rugby. So tulikuwa tunaonelea kama tunaweza poa hii chance ya intersex ku accepted depending on wache kuangalia vile umesema sexuality. Juu mimi na feel mimi Kachali ni msichana, niache nicheze mali na feel, sio pale unataka nicheze juu ya face appearance. Hiyo ndio kitu tunaongelea through sports, na most of the challenges ni ku acceptance. Na in this sport arena wanaangalia most wana judge na facial expression na appearance yako.
Asante sana, hiyo ilikuwa ile inaitwa catching up conversation. So Bwana Madhenge, hivi sasa tumekuwa tunajadiliana kuhusu wale watoto wenye wanazaliwa wakiwa huntha, na tukasema wa kwanza huwa anauliwa. Manake kimila watu wasema yule mtoto ni laana kwa jamii. Tukaondokea huyo, tukasema mambo yake kitabu sha weko kufuli. Mtoto wa pili B amezaliwa na wazazi wamemkubali. Walipomkubali, shida ni jamii kule society inamtema, inamkataa, haimtaki. Anaingia matatizoni. Mtoto wa tatu ndio umetupata sasa tukienda kuzungumzia, na ni mtoto mwenye tunasema ndio wazazi wamemkubali, lakini wanasema tutakukubali nusu mkate. Lazima ufanye upasuaji, ufanyiwe surgery, penis itolewe au vagina izibwe. Sijui yazibwaje. Madaktari watatuelezea. Wanajuaji wazibe, wanajuaji wakate, wanajuaji watoboe. So hapo ndio tuko kwa ile mtoto wa tatu mwenye tunasema ni sawa na ile tunaita nusu mkate ama iko robo, because yule mtoto hayuko complete. Why can't we just accept the child and support this child? And then the question now that I was moving towards is, are these surgeries necessary? Can't we leave this child alone? And if the child has to undergo the surgery, what are the rules, what are the regulations, what are the laws that govern those surgeries? What about the ability of the child? Somebody talked about at what age. Are they able to participate in the decision-making process? Kusema sitaki au ni sawa. And then it's very complicated because we are saying it's at that level, muzazi anasema I have the right over my child, I can decide for my child. Sasa pale inakuwa ni shida. Daktari anasema kulingana na mimi wacha tupasue. So we are in that arena. Abbott, please give us an exit plan.
The medically assisted correction of gender, I don't think it's the right way to do it, because when an intersex child is born, as they grow, like there's a fluctuation of the hormones. So at one point, one organ is going to be active than the other. So it becomes very difficult for a doctor to decide like what organ to leave and which one to take out. But then I think it's something that should be left to the person to be able to grow to the level that they have, and they can be able to make their own decisions and decide, have the choice to choose what is right for them. because in this age and time, science has developed to the level that, you know, you can actually seek medical assistance to change gender, to change, you know, to just be you. Yeah, we've even seen in other places where you know, people would want, you know, particular parts of their body to be enhanced, you know. So science has developed to that level, but I think it should be left to the person to be able to have conscience to decide and say, this is what I need. This is what is best for me. That power should be, you know, denied of the parents to take. And the reason why I say that, there's a paper that was, there's an analysis that was done by the Intersex Trans Fund. And the analysis was, I'm a feminist. Maybe I didn't say, I'm also a feminist, and I believe that you know, all genders should be equal. So the analysis was that because the child, like literally, we're living in a man's world, and so therefore the child becomes the father's child, right? So in the sense that when the child is born, the mother has very little of a say in terms of what should be done at that point. And yeah, often you'll get marriages break and, you know, families separate because of that, you know, division in terms of no decisions making at that point. So it's the man that then decides and, you know, says that being a gay is wrong, because then you're going to break the patriarchy, because the man should be, you know, ahead of the society. Decide to say being selling sex is not right. Decide to say like decides and, you know, thinks that being an intersex person or a gender conforming person is wrong. And so that should be dismantled. And I think this is my call and an appeal to every other person to be able to dismantle the whole element of the man taking the decisions over their children and in the society. Like, the genders have to be equal. So just back to the conversation, I think in terms of medically assisting persons or children, that should be left to the children to grow. Yeah. So that by the time they're 18 and can afford it and think they want to make that decision, then they can still make that decision. But I still think that there is a lot of room, and all these conversations can be tied up into the policy framework, and then this can be able to be an actuality in the next few years.
Bwana Madenge, you haven't said much around the conversation of the day. At what age do you think the child should be left to decide whether or not to be subjected to the surgery? First, before that, is it necessary to involve the child? Two, assuming we find that it's necessary, what is the right age that we should involve this child in that conversation,
First, I don't think it's right to decide for a child. And especially especially parents, they make decision on a child, and especially the issues of intersex. You know, I know the parents go through a lot, especially from the society. There's a lot of hatred, a lot of, maybe there's a cursed child, maybe huyu ndiye anafanya hii kijiji kusinyeshe, and all those kind of things. I have heard all those kind of things because I interact with a lot of intersex people. But nobody should decide especially for a child, and especially at the age. But we also need to engage children. In case we know the children condition, let's start engaging them at the early age, so that at least when that time comes, they will decide for themselves. I believe they will decide for themselves whether they feel, because the hormones, everybody has their own percentage of hormones. Maybe they will know, do I want to remove or to do any surgery? No. Do I want to have both? Yes. Do I have to remove one? Yes. It is their decision. So it is, everybody has a right of decision to decide on who I want to be. If I want to become a man, fine. If I want to become a woman, it is their right. So I think parents, what we need to do is to do a lot of civic education to the parents and also to the community to engage intersex person and intersex children, so that at least they are part of the society.
Sydney, are these surgeries necessary after all?
Okay, thank you. Jinsi mimi nafikiria ni kwamba surgeries are necessary kufanyiwa kwa intersex person, but kukuwe na condition whereby the intersex person should participate in decision making. Whereby unapata like tumekuwa na cases mingi whereby intersex children wanafanyiwa surgery wakati wanapozaliwa. So unapata huyu mtoto anapokuwa maybe mostly madaktari wao wanaona wakimwacha akiwa msichana ndio inakuwa rahisi. So kuchop the male organ inakuanga rahisi kuliko. So unapata yule mtoto analewa kama mtoto msichana, lakini wakati anafika at puberty anaanza kudevelop male features. So unapata mzazi na daktari wenye waliamlia mtoto wame waste maisha yule mtoto because huwezi reverse. So I think for the surgeries mtoto anafaa kuachwa at the age yenye yeye mwenyewe anaweza jiamulia kulingana na venye ana feel.
Ukiangalia ni umri gani ndio yafaa?
Umri ambao unafaa ni from 18 and above.
Na je, wakati yule wote afike 18 atakuwa naishi wapi? Nakumbuka vile tumesikia vile kunaendelea kule skuli, mtaani. How do we hiyo moratorium, hiyo space mpaka afike 18? Number 2, 18 haitakuwa amezeeka sana, surgery kidogo iende mpasue ikamharibu zaidi.
Mwanzo vile tumesema intersex is a broad thing whereby unaweza pata some of the venye Kosha amesema mwili yake si kama yangu. Alafu unaweza pata an intersex person mwenye ana feel 50-50. So ukimwachilia at the age of 13 anaweza amua kimakosa because maybe ataamka asubuhi asikie yeye ni ndume hapo hivyo. Kifika gidhaa fulani anasikia ana usichana fulani. So unapata ni vizuri kukuwe na process ya kuona daktari pia kwa huo wakati. Isikuwe tu ni kitu sababu ni maamua kweli, ni maamua at the age of 18 na sijui nini inaendelea kule ndani. So ni vizuri pia kukuwe na like things like tests, checkups za daktari, and also kuna hiyo lazima kuwe naona counselor kumpatia the right direction so that huo wakati unapofika ile barua ile inatoka kwa daktari na vile yeye ana feel inaweza kumsaidia katika uamuzi.
Indeed, you'll appreciate, you'll agree with me that issue of the age, the right age for the child to decide whether or not to undergo the surgery presents a very big challenge. That conversation is going on at the UN. There are no answers. It is so critical because of the best interest of the child principle na haki za mtoto kwa jumla. It is so important because these surgeries are permanent and painful and irreversible. Ina machungu, haiwezi karekebika ikarudishwa, na gharama yake ni juu, na inaacha mtoto na alama. Na ile alama sio alama kama ile Sydney amewambia ameumia huko amekatwa wapi. It has the emotional scar on the person. Not only does it have the physical scar on the genitalia, inamwacha yule mtoto akiendelea kukomaa na alama kirohoni, in the emotions. So then the question goes back, and I'll graduate to Kwamboka. Those surgeries, assuming they are done and assuming we go in that direction, and we are seeing very well that maybe not, let's do it. What is the law like? I'm sure you know, when it comes to supporting documents that will capture that change. Do we have any framework?
And maybe
before
that very important question is answered, I'm afraid I have to interrupt briefly. As you know, the Democracy and Human Rights Festival is supported by the Embassy of Sweden. And we have one of the representatives of the embassy who has been following the conversation on #democracy and rights festival. and they had requested to make a few remarks just to join in on the conversations. And so we are being told that they have been queued up, and so we will just have that brief presentation from Helena Wikström from the Embassy of Sweden, and then we will carry on with our conversation, Wakili. So I think the technical team is ready, and she's karibu sana. You're welcome.
Hello, hello everyone. Hi, can you see and hear me? Hello, can you see and hear me? Okay, I'm hoping, I don't hear any response, but I'm hoping that you can. And I just wanted to make a few brief remarks in regards to this week. I have listened to all the smart and well-informed and strong panelists and speakers that have appeared during the week. And you have passionately been discussing the rising inequalities in Kenya, abuse of public resources, the social contract between the citizens and its elected leaders, the BBI, whether it's good, bad, or necessary. Is it adding to or distracting from the Constitution? You have addressed the accountability of leaders, the people, and the government, their accountability to you, the stigma of invisibility when disabled people are invisible in development policy, media, leadership, advertisement, and what that entails. Health challenges in general, and specifically during this COVID pandemic. Women's rights and the hurdles that stand in the way to realize them. How to raise awareness and change attitudes in a patriarchal society in the world. You have discussed the work of HRDs in general and women HRDs in particular, an ever-changing task that requires a lot of endurance and flexibility of people who often work without getting paid. Challenges and discrimination of the LGBTI community and intersex persons, as you are talking about right now. I have been listening this morning, and how it forms the lives of people feeling abandoned by siblings, parents, doctors, and society. And I've also listened to all the amazing displays and of performers whose arts we've been able to enjoy this week. Your words, your music, your songs, they give me hope. You're making the change you desire through your endless creativity and your tireless fight and collective force. The road to this change runs through social engineering, creativity, and innovation that we see a lot of here. What strikes me is that we, human beings, are alike in so many ways and in our basic needs. We have the same urge to belong to the group, to society, to be valued in our own right, to be accepted and able to participate. But let's continue to remind ourselves every day that freedom is not a privilege, it's a right, and systems should work for all. And the job is not done until everyone is free, accepted, in an inclusive society that is framed in a system functioning for all. So thank you so much for this whole week and all the amazing work that you do. Keep up the good work, and thank you so much for today.
And perhaps just one question to you. Perhaps just one question to perhaps just one question to you. We have a lot of involvement of partners from various quarters, be they states, be they organizations or institutions, and I'm curious to know why the Swedish people, through the Swedish embassy, are interested in supporting activities of this kind. What informs that kind of desire and action? As we let you go.
Yes, no, thank you. That's a very good question. And I think this discourse has been ongoing in Sweden for a long, long time. And we have been and are a people of solidarity between each other and believing that we build the society together and the social contract is really strong. And what we realize more and more, and which is not a new thing, but that the world is one. The borders are being erased in a sense that, you know, everything flows over into each other. We are all dependent on each other and each other's situations, and the hardships of others become our hardships, and the blessings of others become our blessings in a sense. And I think it has changed over the years. I think with, you know, missionaries and everything, which this maybe started with 100 years ago. There has been a change toward a belief of an interlinkage between peoples, how we depend on each other, and that, like I said, you know, we are not free until we're all free in a sense. And I think that is there's a big, strong support for development cooperation in Sweden and amongst the taxpayers. So it's a combination, I think, of solidarity and the belief that it makes the world a better place for all of us.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, they say as the world globalizes, we have become more or less a village. So our needs and concerns are very interconnected. So on behalf of those of us here and those of us watching online and the people of Kenya, please pass our kindest regards to the people of Sweden. And we hope to collaborate and work together on even more things in the future. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. And good luck to you all.
Thank you very much. So Kwamboka, the floor is yours. To recap, what we were saying is that we're in the conversation of the surgeries, and we are saying, yes, the surgery might be done. How is the system, how is the legislative structure? How do we have any laws in Kenya which then help somebody who had no papers or somebody who had the wrong papers to transition into the right documents that might be informed by the surgery?
Thank you, Chigiti. Ya kwanza nilikuwa nataka kuongelea juu ya surgery yenye Mathenga ameongelea na Sydney. Mfano, wazazi wakaona wako na watoto watano, na kwa watoto watano wote ni watoto wa kike. Then an intersex person amezaliwa na akiwa ni mtoto wa 6. So familia itasema being an intersex, wacha afanyiwe upasuaji awe mtoto wa kiume, kwa sababu hawana huyu mtoto kwa familia. Huyu mtoto akiendelea kukua being an intersex person, amepelekwa Starehe Boys, then mtoto anaanza kupata periods akiwa kwa shule ya kiume. Last year 2018 2019 tumekuwa na hizo cases ya watoto kujiua kwa sababu wazazi waliamua wawe vile wanataka bila watoto kuconsent, yenye inaleta madhara kwa maisha yao kabisa kabisa. In Kenya, saina vile nilisema mbeleni, some trans organizations zile zenye zimeenda kotini wakapata uhuru wa kubadilisha majina zao kwa educational documents, hizo ndio tunatumia sahi hata sisi kama intersex persons, kwa sababu serikali yetu ya Kenya itatupatia hiyo uhuru ya tunaweza badilisha documents zetu. So unapata kwa Kenya sahi tunabadilisha tu kwa sababu wale wengine wamefanya, lakini kama intersex person bado hatujafika kupata hiyo uhuru ya kubadilisha hawa documents.
Asante, na hiyo ni hatua, tulisema tunachukua hatua polepole, bora unapata ile haki yako, na tutaendelea kuwasiliana, tutaendelea kuongea, tutaendelea kutembea pamoja, na hii mazungumzo yenye inahusu watu kama nyinyi, manake lazima mpate ile uhuru, mpate ile haki, mpaka mtosheke kama binadamu wengine, tumalize ile ubaguzi. Na tunawapatia ile promise ya kwamba tunataka kutembea na nyinyi muwe sawa na sisi. Na sasa Bwana MC, labda nikakupatia nafasi, labda ulikuwa unataka kusema kitu, manake masaa ndio hayo yamekwenda.
Mimi ni kushukuru tu sana the panelists kwa kuja, and I think it is good that we have had people who actually have the lived experience, because oftentimes you find you have a panel of people who are perhaps expert in the subject, but might not have that, could not contextualize it for you, you know, from the perspective of someone who has that lived reality. So nawashukuru sana, and of course, having had the issues that have been spoken about today, it obviously takes a lot of boldness for you to come forward on a public stage and articulate these issues very confidently. And I think it is helpful because well, I don't know whether to say your peers, because I'm also struggling for the right words to use, because this is a conversation that we haven't had in this country, you know, openly enough. Tumeongea hiyo, the culture of concealment. And even generally, I am not an uneducated person, but I don't access information that can enable me to relate better with the experiences of, you know, like yourself. So it has been quite a pleasure to have you here, and I'm sure those following also on #democracy and Arts Festival. So we are about to close, and I was made aware that we were supposed to have a little speech from one of the representatives from Forum Civ, but perhaps just as a wrapper, as we wait for that, perhaps the panelists can just give, you know, just in a minute, you know, you can just maybe have some closing remarks, just a minute, and then as we wait for the next speaker to arrive, and then we will have some entertainment from Fasili as we close the session for today. Fanisi Band kutoka Mombasa. Waliongea Kimijikenda hapa wakashtua watu, unasikia ni kama Kiswahili, ukisikiza vizuri au uelewi, unashindwa kwani ama jamaa vipi? So we'll just have that, and then we have that.
I think today is a very important day for all of us as Kenyans to love one another by all means, and to respect people's choices, and especially also to listen to our children, and also to listen to our parents, because the most important thing is we also need to do a lot of education and a lot of sensitization to the community, because there is a very big gap. So for me and to my colleague, just know that you are not alone. We are in this together, and we'll keep fighting on this fight for all of us. As a human rights defender, we will always fight and we will always work together. And it's not an easy job, but let's try and defend each and everybody, because that is all what he has meant to do. So keep it up. And in case of any support, anything that you feel that you'd want, in case of you have other if you have other intersex person who cannot access health services, please always refer them, in case they are in Nairobi or any other places that you know they didn't need to access services. Please always get back to me, and we'll refer to where you get free and friendly services. Thank you.
We have a beautiful constitution, a constitution that was passed on by everyone and each one of us. And it's our duty to ensure that we live to the spirit of the Constitution. In chapter 4 of the Constitution, we have the Bill of Rights that accords each one of us, the right to so many things that are highlighted in the original intention of human rights in 1948 in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This particular document in Articles 27 gives some highlight around equality and non-discrimination, and therefore we shouldn't be a party to discriminating on the intersex people or on the LGBT people because of their sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression. So I think it's our duty as persons to go out there and create the awareness. Because for me, I think one of the key underlying issue is the awareness that is lacking, because in that way we can be able to assuage the situation, we can be able to prevent the tormenting that has, happened over the decades to the intersex persons. There is very little support because as is until 2 years ago when this issue was brought to the fore, around the needs of, the needs of the intersex people, and that support need not be, monetary. That support can be just speaking out and defending the rights of the intersex people. But I have a feeling that your website has a donate button, right? Yeah, maybe Kwamboka will share more. But if you, because the awareness raising that needs to be done, and the efforts that need to be injected to this process requires resources, both human and monetary. So please feel free to share the word, spread the word, and support the cause for which pulls us to this panel. And yeah, it's too unfortunate today is the 11th. I wish it was the 10th, the Human Rights Day, because it would be a very good day to have this conversation. But nonetheless, the spirit of the International Human Rights Day still lives to this day. Thank you very much.
Mine is just to say thank you for taking your time to come join us in this conversation. And also, na hope haitaishia hapa. As you go out, be our ambassadors. Pia si tukijaribu kufight huku kwingine to create awareness. Pia if you come across an intersex person, wewe ndio uko kwanza kutetea haki zake kabla mjatufikia. So unasema ni asante na mbarikiwe.
Asanteni sana kwa kutupatia this opportunity. Jinsi yangu iko open kwa sisi wote. In case umepata an intersex person, ofisi tuko hapo Mountain View. But unataka namba zetu, tukitoka tu hivi chukua namba zetu so that ukija kupata huyo mtoto intersex person ama huyo mzazi. Because we have several services yenye tunapatia watoto na familia zao, tafadhali wacha wapate services so that wapate kuchukubali. So in any case umepata intersex person, tupigie simu. And kawaida ukituita, tunaitreat kama emergency. Because hatuwezi jua kesho ni nini itafanyika kwa sababu ya hii familia ama kwa sababu ya mtoto. So asanteni sana. Tukipata such opportunity, tunashukuru sana kupatia this information. Then organizers, please, you can organize more and call us. Sisi tuko hapo kuwapatia information. Thank you so much.
Okay. Catch, Kwash, Sydney, Adhenge. For us, tunasema asanti. And we alone hatuta manage to create this awareness. So it's up to Mimi, wewe, and the rest of the society to create this awareness. Watu kujua intersex wako na wanaishi na wako na haki kama wengine. So we alone hatakuwa ambassador. So it's up to me, you, to create awareness and be our ambassadors in spreading the news that intersex pia ni wanadamu kama sisi. Ni hayo tu.
Thank you cannot be enough to these wonderful people. They are a creation. And Article 26 of our Constitution generates the right to life, insulation. These are human beings like you and I. And in the same Constitution that we voted in the preamble, we said we promise to nurture the individual, the family, and even the nation. And we said, God bless Kenya. These people are part of that conversation. And we remember our national values and the principles of governance as contained in Article 10 of our Constitution are a dead letter if we don't include the intersex community in the equation. And it's not ending there. We are told in Article 3, Article 20 of the same Constitution that you, like I kept saying, I'm cursing you, have a duty to protect, promote, fulfill the rights of these people. They are not many. Let us create room for them. Because we say in Article 27, there's a promise of non-discrimination. which then connects very well to Article 1 of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, that we are all born free and equal in rights and dignity. Let us believe in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Give them another round of applause. Thank you so much to Senior Counsel for moderating this session very, very well. And thank you to the panelists for gracing us with your presence and your knowledge and enabling us to dismantle some of even the stigma, the discrimination. And I think once we start having these conversations, it becomes easier. I think even me meeting people who are intersex today, and even a gay gentleman, you know, it stops being something when you're told it's from the West. You're like, no, the other day I was with 4 people on a stage, and you know, so this is how we normalize these conversations. So I'll just like to ask you to step forward here for a group photo as Fanisi Band come on stage and start to set up so we can have a group photo just to memorialize the moment. We are following the conversation on hashtag Democracy and Rights Festival, and I'll be inviting Fanisi Band as the panelists and moderator just step forward for a brief photo opportunity. And thank you for following us from home. We've been at the Alliance Française live today. You have one question. Unfortunately, we don't have time, Mr. Songora, so that request is denied. But let's just have these questions as we bring the band on. And as you know, you can send your comment. You want to ask? Okay, give them a mic. We can have one question as a Fanisi Band setup. So all the creative performances have been designed to reflect the themes that we have been discussing at this festival. And we are, I think due to, you know, it's a rights festival, and everyone here is so keen that their rights are not infringed. So I will give 2, and which will be answered very briefly, and then we will go to the next session.
Niajeni. Kwanza Kombora, I think so nimekuwa na mkuru kucheza futa since niko young sana, thanks. And what naweza waambia, despite the fact that we are activists to fight for human right, dignity is something which is paramount, right? Manze, for me, one day najonga nitaoa. Sisemangi nitakuwa priest despite that the fact I'm a Catholic. Nasema one day nitamari. Na kuna design nitataka mtoto wangu akuwe mkubwa, si ndio? I've grown up, mimi nimesomea Maranda, naweza waambia little story before najua time nimesonga. In Maseno kulikuwa na case about homosexuality. And hiyo stuff iliat sana wazazi, cause this is a Form 1 student ametoka tu class 8 na already hizi tembea fiti juu mbambuli watako. Unacheki? Yani whenever you're talking about this topic, bado tunaongelea the bad side of it, unaona? Tusitoke tu hapa nje alafu tukwe tu tumeembrace. Unaona, like hii topic nimelearn today, I've learned that kuna some people who really have to appreciate them in the society. That is absolutely correct. But kuna vices tukijaribu kuingiza kwa society, also tuangalie ikwe willing or unwillingly. Unacheki? Because kitu mimi naongelea, I've been in Maranda, and kulikuwa na time unaona tu msee anakuambia msee ni gay. Unaona? Kuna Form 1 anakuja kwangu ananiambia, "Manze Harrison, manze leo usiku, manze kuna msee anakuja kuniamsha kwa bedi, anaenda kunilipua." Unacheki? So manze ilibidi mimi personally, mimi nasoma Maranda, mnaweza kuenda kuchunguza. Niliform department ya try ku protect these guys. Unaona? Yani despite the fact that this being an intersexual, it is si kitu kupenda kwako. Unacheki? That's nature. Unaona? But kusema ati manze mimi niko na feeling ya kuinama kulipuliwa, hiyo ni force when umejisukuma. Wewe tunaweza change. Trust me, tunaweza change. Trust me. Mimi mwana wasee wamelipuliwa sana in high school, in a moment that siwezi simama ni support ati mwanaume anainama analipuliwa. Kama ni willingly, correct. But kama ni force, I refuse. Trust me. Yes? Mnaweza to change. A pastor anaweza preach aseme, hata Yesu mwenyewe alipreach. Si kila mtu alikubali kitu alisema. Trust me. Yes? I'm standing in front of you kusema, if mimi msee akija kunilipua na nikubali anilipue, it's okay. Unaona? But kani ile stuff ati unaniforce msee, tujaribu mkiongea hapo mbele, jaribu pia nyinyi mseme. Manze, kuna wasee, hii stuff ikubaliwa Kenya, watoto wengi wataumia. Unaona? Watoto wataumia. Despite ukisupport this stuff, semeni manze, kuna bad side of this stuff. Thanks. No, because manze, last time nilisikia hiyo stuff, leo nimeisikia na nimeona victims, manze mi umia. Unaona? Mimi ningependa, my brother there, I really appreciate umeongea fiti, nimeelewa your part. I was not trying to turn against you, but nilikuwa nadai you send a message to the youths, because hata pale ghetto stima zikipotea, manze watoto ulipuliwa. Trust me.
What's the question?
I think it was more of a comment, but if you got a glimpse of what he was attempting to say, maybe you can just canvas that issue. We'll just take one last one.
Thank you. My name is Nicholas Songora. I'm Director Manyata Entertainment CBO from County 001. Mine is first to appreciate this conversation is very important in our society because there are things that are happening. We cannot say they are not here. And as others have just said, it's not what maybe people wish for. Kuna wengine wana wish, kuna wengine hawaja wish for, wamejipata katika situation. So my question is especially to not Kwamboka. Kwamboka ni huyu. Sydney. Yes. And the issue of changing the name. As you're doing activism, I'm a little bit disturbed. Is changing of the name not conceding that we have no right to the name? Je, tunakubali kwamba nikichange jina kwamba nilikuwa nina makosa? Unaelewa? I'm changing because the society is saying that this name does not fit me. Sini kwamba tunakubali kwamba tuendeleze stigmatization out because of the name. Will we be winning this battle to have the right to the name? That is one. And then number two is how best do we have this conversation trickle down at family level? Because we have seen so many cases, wazazi wanasimama fit based on what they wish for their children, wanakuwa forced waende kufanyiwa surgery, wanabadilishwa. And when they grow, wanajipata what they are strong at ni ile ambayo iliuliwa than what they have. Naelewa. So at the end wanakuwa our function completely. Sika tumeelewana. So how do we take this conversation from this space to the community? It's something that the community can also embrace because something that comes from the biological, ni kitu ambayo anyone can speak about. So many people wananyamazia, wana oppress watoto wao, wanawabadilisha, kuwalazimisha kufanyiwa surgery. It's because people are not speaking about it. How can these organizations we have here? Because from the introduction, mmesikia organizations zinafanya shughuli. Lakini shughuli iko chini ya maji. How do we tap into the space to have activists in the country, to have people in the community level, for family level, waweze ku-embrace this conversation? Thank you.
Naisa sema the last question, then Sydney ata respond the next question. Issue ile tuifanye chini ya maji. Leo hii ukija kuona Kumboka, Sydney, Kachi na wengine wanakaa kuaddress sio rahisi. Kwa sababu nakumbuka the first time tulikuwa tunaitwa eti tumeona kamera pale imesimama pale nataka kuaddress, kila mtu anatoka mbio because of the security. Sasa hii nikimaliza hapa naenda wapi by then? But sasa hii kwa sababu tumeongea na tuliona ni maana sisi wenyewe kutoka nje na kuanza kuongea, nowadays hatuogopi tena. 2, tunajaribu sana kwenda mashinani because as an organization naweza sema sasa hii tumefika 25 to 32 counties huko chini mashinani kuhakikisha hii information inafika huko chini. Kwa sababu saa zingine, mfano leo hii mkaachi wa Nairobi akicha kukamatwa na polisi na kanjo, anaelewa ni nani anafaa kuongelesha kivipi, ni nani mbaya kuliko yule mwingine, mkaachi wa Nairobi. So unapata saa zingine hii information tunahitaji Nairobi, percentage kidogo ushago ndio mbaya, kwa sababu hakuna social media, hakuna hizi TV zenye tunaona Nairobi. The only way ni kale kasimu kadogo, na sio kila family iko na hiyo kasimu kadogo. So tunajaribu sana kuhakikisha hii information inafika chini. Asanteni sana. In hiyo swali ya Sydney ya name change, Kenya, katiba yetu ya Kenya inaturuhusu kupatisha majina. Ndio maana ukapata Achinga akatoka kwao Kisumu mfano akaolewa Kisii akaongezea ile china nyingine, si ni kweli? Lakini unapata kwetu Komboka, so that nikikuja kwako usianze hiyo maswali yako yenye unajiuliza, na sasa huyu sasa ndio nani, anaenda aje? Ndio unapata unaona tunajaribu kubadilisha majina zetu, si fit huyo ni nani, so that kutoka hapo itakuwa rahisi kwangu kupata services. Lakini by the way, kubadilisha majina Kenya ni stress, kwa sababu ni process yenye inaweza take at least 6 months, at most 2 years. Nakumbuka hii document unaipata ndio kufacilitate 2 things, na it is very expensive. It's about 100,000. So unapata kubadilisha majina, yes ni haki, ndio at least tupate kupata service hapa na pale, but very expensive. Sydney.
So kujibu hiyo swali yako ni kwamba nimesema nilikuwa nimepewa jina ya kike ambayo ni Beatrice. So wakati nilianza transition to Sydney, and already I had that name in mind. Hata nimeandika hapa kwa mkono. Nilichora hapo nikiwa class 4. Na sikuwa nimefika hiyo age ati sasa nimeanza transition. So si ati sipendi jina. Ni vile nahisi ile jina haimatch na mimi mwenyewe, unaelewa venye na feel, because me ile jina ni ya kike na mimi najihisi kama mtu wa kiume. Ushaona? Alafu pia kule nje ile kupunguza zile challenges nilikuwa napitia za kuvuliwa manguo, za kupigwa, ile unapigwa mpaka ndio mtu ajue wewe ni mtu aina gani. So ama sometimes kama ni mambo na kwenda ku access services, nilitaka kubadilisha hiyo jina ndio ipunguze challenges zangu kwa maisha. Like tuseme kama nikienda kwa M-Pesa nisikuwe na issue, nikienda kama kwa hospitali kuna male na female, si ndio? Okay, hiyo female ilijatolewa, lakini at least nikitoa ID yangu, nikitishwa ID somewhere ama hata kwa security check, wanaangalianga picha na jina, so that nirahisishe ile mambo hiyo ya kujiongeza stress ama hiyo depression inanisumbua, at least nitoe hizo vizuizi. Yeah.
Allow me to react also briefly. When it comes to the right to name, it's captured in Article 53 of our Constitution. And it doesn't limit us. And indeed, it's a good thing that the intersex persons are able to harness that space. So it's a plus. Let's take it as a plus. They need those baby steps to grow towards the realization of that right. The family, how do we flow into the family space? Diverse ways. It starts with you. You have a family, you belong to a family. Talk about it in that family platform. You'll already be discharging your obligation. 2, the issue of intersex doesn't know religion. The Muslims, the Christians, the Hindus, you'll find intersex persons there. So what is the role of the church? What is the role of the leaders in the mosque? They are a platform where the family counts on a lot. So that's a space where that conversation must flow. The third very critical point is legislation. The minute the parliament generates laws around these people, it will flow with the policies. And you will find that conversation will become comfortable in our houses, in our homes. So it's doable, and it's going to change the plight of the intersex persons. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we would have done an injustice. I think some of those questions that have come through have really informed the issue of name. It's this you face very unique challenges, and I can understand totally. For example, you're saying M-Pesa. You go to an M-Pesa, you present a name that says Kwamboka. Hata atakushuku atakwambia hii usi wewe, so yeah, it is quite a challenge. Anyway, we are coming to the end of our 5th day of the Democracy and Human Rights Festival. We are going to be inviting Fanisi Band onto the stage shortly. I just wanted to make a commentary because it's unique how the creative performances at this festival have been curated, because they have all spoken to or tied to the themes that the festival has been attempting to have conversations around, which is human rights, gender equality, and the consolidation of democracy. So all the musicians and poets who have been coming on have been, groups or individuals who have been involved, in their communities in attempting to institute social change, because we believe that art is very powerful. And we even had a discussion on Tuesday where we were looking at how we can leverage creativity and innovation to inspire social change. So I'll thank you once again for your very, very, very kind, attending this festival, and for sharing your views and for informing us, to some of the challenges that you face. And I think all of us here and those who have been watching at home, we will be more sensitive to some of the needs of not just the intersex community, not just the gay community, but even just generally those who seem not to be like us, because after all, our strength is found in our diversity. So I'll invite Fanisi Band. Please give a round of applause to the panelists as they leave, and then we will have 2 performances, and subsequent to that, we will be, subsequent to that, we will have the programs manager, Forum Steve, who will make some remarks, and then we close the morning session.
Can I comment to just, can I just,
he has a comment. You can just look into that camera as they set up.
Yes, I just want to tell you, my brother, like, being gay, you are not a rapist, because you are talking about rapist, and everybody who rapes and sodomizes people is a rapist. So it's we are 2 different people. There is sex orientation and they are rapists. So you need to differentiate. If you know people who are being raped, we are there to advocate for their rights, to get their rights. We, as people who are mature, we don't encourage sex with children. That is against the law of this country. We are human beings, we are adults, and if it is called, if you rape a child, if you're having sex with a child, that's being a rapist. And the same thing, we are talking about human rights today. We are talking about the issues of human rights, and especially that means you are not sensitized, because we need to speak to you so that at least you can also use the languages that are friendly also to this public, because I have to use friendly language to this public here, but it's not like an insult. I just want to appeal to you, like, you need to live with people. Just know I am a gay man. I don't rape. I don't have sex with minors. If I see anyone who is having sex, whether with a woman or a man, that is a rapist. That is someone who is abusing children's rights, and that person needs to be jailed. So I want us to work as a team and to love one another and learn to understand people, because these are my friends, my intersex people. The same thing people will do on the street, raping them to know whether they are women or they are men. So let's also learn to see on how to embrace each and everybody. Thank you.
Very, very, very well put. Thank you so much for that comment. And so I'll leave you to Fanisi Ban, all the way from Mombasa, giving us this morning's closing creative performance.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Asante sana kwa hii nafasi. Mitambo.
Alume hoye. Kuna lumeno ndani.
Yes, obviously.
Kuna lumeno ndani.
Ana mabarabara.
Alume hoye.
Ache hoya.
This song is called Barua. Yahuma Barua Kula Nairobi. mabarue Ola mairobi Charo wangomba o apata kibarue Jani konya mwene uwanze salae Andela narijwa kiyango Ya mabarue Ola mairobi Charo wangomba o apata kibarue Jani konya mwene uwanze salae Anenda narichwa haki yangu Kama barue Kula mairobi Charo wangu mbao Wapata kibarue Jani konya mwene uwanze sale Anenda narichwa haki yangu Kama barue Kula mairobi Charo wangu mbao Wapata kibarue Jani konya mwene huwaze salae Anenda naritwa haki yangwe Ifika kuko Idina nyabu Makumba kasende awati Na mikuno Idina jembe Mate kasende na kupe Ifika kuko Idina nyabu Idina nyabu Makumba kasende na mati Na mikuno Idina jembe Masere kasende na kwekwe Idina nyabu Makumba kasende na mati Kungojea hata utaporudi Unilete suti na mobile Nipigie raisi wetu Kenyatta Nimwambie kuwa nyuma sibaki Nitakungojea hata utaporudi Unilete suti na mobile Nipigie raisi wetu Kenyatta Nimwambie kuwa nyuma sibaki Na mala menewe Na mala dede Na mala dede Na mala dede Na mala menewe Na mala dede Na mala dede Na mala dede Na mala menewe Na mala dede Na mala dede Na mala dede Ifika kuku Bidina nyavu Makumba kasende na mati Na mikuno Bidina jembe Masere kasende na kwekwe
Nende sana Vera sana Mbona kana kwenda hii Zambuga nguma za chakaonekana
Alme oye
Oye Uzakwenda hii dede uzakwenda hii
Ache
Yani umekwenda wapi nimekutafuta muda mrefu sija kuona
If I say vina henze za shomo Inamaanisha it looks good Haya
Mke wangu kasafiri we toka juzie Bado hajarudi Namuwaza sana
Shaking shoulder
Mke wangu kasafiri toka Bado hajarudi
You can dance with us You can stand and dance
Mke wangu kasafiri we toka juzie Bado hajarudi
namuwaza sana. Mke wangu kasafirie toka juzie, bado hajarudie, namuwaza sana. Oh, nimepata salamu kwamba ameshaolewa, ndio maana sababu kurudi amechelewa. Nimepata salamu kwamba ameshaolewa, ndio maana sababu kurudi amechelewa. Oh, nimepata salamu kwamba ameshaolewa, ndio maana sababu kurudi amechelewa. Nimepata salamu kwamba ameshaolewa na nani huyo, ndio maana sababu kurudi amechelewa. We mama utakwenda hii, we mama nitakumala jomo. Aya we mama utakwenda hii, we mama nitakumala jomo. Aya we mama utakwenda hii, nitakumala jomo. We mama utakwenda hii, ayendo viniki kwehu. Sana. Kwamba I love you, my darling. Moyo wangu utaupanda banda, we utautwa, utakwenda we utautwa. Mama we, I love you, my darling. Moyo wangu utaupanda banda, we utautwa, utakwenda we utautwa. Pamba, I love you, my darling. Moyo wangu utaupanda banda, we utautwa, utakwenda we utautwa. Mama we, I love you, my darling. Mama we, wangu utaupanda banda, we utautwa, utakwenda we utautwa. Dhahabu thamani wa moyo wangu nilochagua, kiganjani mwangu haipo tena, imetwaliwa. Dhahabu thamani wa moyo wangu nilochagua, bibi kiganjani mwangu haipo tena, imetwaliwa. Naomba rudi we mama, uliwaze angu moyo dedewe ya, usilie penzi langu sila uchoyo. Rudi we uliwaze wangu moyo, usilie penzi langu sila uchoyo. Naomba rudi we mama, uliwaze wangu moyo dedewe ya, usilie penzi langu sila uchoyo. Naomba rudi we uliwaze wangu moyo, usilie penzi langu sila uchoyo. We mama utakwenda hii, we mama nitakumala jomo. We mama utakwenda hii, we mama nitakumala jomo. Aya karani anauza, aya we mama nitakumala jomo. Songoro anauza, mama nitakumala jomo. Ofanisi manauza, mama we mama nitakumala jomo. Osini manauza, nitakumala jomo. We mama utakwenda hii, we mama nitakumala jomo. We mama utakwenda hii, we mama nitakumala jomo.
Asanteni sana.
Fanisi Band kutoka Mombasa. Oya, swali moja tu kwako. swali moja tu, kwa sababu naona mko na mafans kibao. Kuna mwanadada ameniambia huko nyuma ati yeye kusikiza coastal music huku Nairobi ameanza kunengua, lakini sijui kama ame manage kama vile wamejikenda. Nyinyi ati yenu mnaitumia vipi ile katika community zenyu? Najua mna ma issues fulani social, cultural, political, na wale wasanii wamekuwa wakiperform kwenye hii festival, unapata mara nyingi wako involved in their communities kusukuma social change. Mko involved kivipi as we await on the program manager to come and say a few remarks?
Kulingana na sisi, mwanzo sanaa tunaichukulia ni kama shughuli nyingine ile, na jambo la muhimu sana kwenye sanaa yetu ni tamaduni. Mwanzo tunaenzi ile tamaduni ili isipotee kama vile tamaduni nyingine, na ni kwamba katika nyimbo zetu ambazo tunazifanya huwa tunalenga sana jamii, wazee na vijana, ili waweze kujichanganya kwa pamoja, kwa sababu kuna tamaduni pale ambayo inamfanya mtu avutiwe, jambo la kwanza kucheza, kushiriki, alafu mafunzo huwa yako pale ndani ya ule mziki. Kwa hivyo tunachanganya kuburudisha na kuelimisha kwa kipindi hicho kimoja.
Safi sana. Nawashukuru sana kwa performance kali sana. Tuwapatie tena round of applause. Au vipi? Asante sana. So this has been the Democracy and Human Rights Festival 2020 organized by the Forum C with the support of the Swedish Embassy and the partnership of Siasa Place, Sauti ya Wanjiku, Power 254 and Creative Spills. We have come to the end of our activities this morning. However, I'm informed that the programs manager, Forum C, wishes to make a few remarks related to some of the activities that have been happening since Monday. We've been having panel discussions centered around various themes. We started out with a panel unmasking the complexities around BBI. We had a panel on how to leverage creativity for social change. We've had panels on the right to health and access to healthcare during this pandemic period. We've even had one discussing the inequalities that we see in this country, and today we were canvassing issues around intersex, just examining their challenges, stigma and discrimination around that area. So it's my pleasure now to invite the Forum C program manager, Catherine Hamali, to make a few remarks, and then we will close with another band, the Marshals, who I believe are in the building. If you are following the conversation, the hashtag is Democracy and Rights Festival. Karibu, Madam Hamali. Of course, the mics have to be sanitized. COVID is real, isn't it? And I'm happy that the audience continues to social distance and wear their masks over their noses and mouths and not their foreheads or chins. Karibu sana, Madam Hamali.
I'm wearing mine on my hand, so my fingers, but I think I've been trying to keep social distance. So thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Are you inspired? How many are inspired today? How many have learned something new today? All of us. I think probably this is one of the weeks that I'm really challenged as an individual. And I sat here the whole week as we follow the events, as we follow them back at home, asking myself, I thought I'm a change maker, but I'm not sure. I've actually sat back and asked myself, I don't know what have I really been doing in my space. So on behalf of Forum CIV, I just want first of all to thank you. And the people here, please clap for the audience at home. I think, thank them, those who've been following us at home, those who've been watching us. And as Forum CIV, I'm glad that we took this journey. We made a decision. I think at the beginning of the year, when there was a pandemic, we all retreated. And then we were not sure what was going to happen. And everyone went back to re-strategize, to replan. And I remember, I think I've said that in previous forums, we were even not sure that this festival was going to happen. And then ideas came around and we thought, okay, COVID is here, yes, but it's not the end of everything. But work must continue. Human rights must be upheld. People must be protected. Cities, in fact, we felt that there was more need at this time amidst the COVID-19 pandemic to really do a lot more. And with the teams, then we sat behind and asked ourselves, what can we do? And with the partners. And this journey began, I remember in this still auditorium, when we did our first concert with Mufasa. I don't know whether Mufasa, you are here today. and talked about the issues, the challenges of COVID-19, unajua tunafungiwa, curfew, nini, all that. And how then COVID, as much as yes, there was a response, that there was violations happening, issues of gender-based violence had increased, there was lots of things. And Hussein, you remember the stories at the ferry, women being beaten, all those images. And we felt that there's something to be done. So, and that has continued. I think we, as Forum CIV then with the funding from the Embassy of Sweden, we continued. And then we did what we were calling the regional forums. We went to the northern part of Kenya. We did some work in Wajir, Isiolo, and Marsabit, where not only did we only discuss pertinent issues around identity, around police brutality, but again, out there we were able also to discover talent. Then we went to Kisumu. Kisumu, again, we were able to discuss a number of things. And then we came, of course, in Mombasa, we did the CV festival, and then we went to the Rift where we discussed a number of issues. So for me, this week, when we are doing the Democracy and Human Rights Festival and what we are calling democracy under lockdown, it's been a learning phase for me. And I believe it's also been a learning phase for you. This week, we began on Monday, and with a very emotive topic, and Bobby Mkangi was part of the panel and was talking about the baby, this baby. I was laughing today because on Monday we began with an analogy of the baby. And then today again, we are finishing with an analogy of the baby and discussing the real issue of intersex. And we're saying there's a baby. And then we talked about the constitution. But what kept coming out, I think for me, the whole week, the message has been, what are we doing in our own spaces? What are you doing? What is Catherine doing? What are you doing as an artist with your art? What are you doing as a civil society actor? What are you doing as a duty bearer? What are you doing in that space? Because there's been a lot of call for action, let's do this. And then I think by day 2, we were talking about who is supposed to do what. But then we're forgetting we are the people. We are the solution. We are the ones to do it. So for me, at the end of this week, I was asking myself that on Monday, we talked about BBI. Tuesday, we talked about creativity and innovation. And on Wednesday, we talked about the health rights, the very big issue about the health rights. And I thought that it was very emotional talking about those issues. Thursday, we talked about the women human rights defenders and the challenges they face, and how when they, and Salma was sharing, and the teams here and Mwikali, and how, as a women human rights defender, there are other things you face out there that then makes it very difficult for you to work. And there was a Chieng here with her baby, I was like, she has to sing, she has to perform, she has to make a living. And she was here with her little baby singing. And then I asked myself, if a Chieng is able to do it amidst all those challenges, what stops me? What stops you? And then today, I must admit, I've gained new knowledge. I sat there and I was telling my colleagues, where have we been? Which box have I been? Because the discussion on intersex, I was listening to Kwamboka. I don't know whether they're still here. I listened to Kwamboka, I listened to Christine here, and I was asking myself, when we were inviting you for this panel, I was just like, I didn't know what to expect. And the senior counsel here who was with us, and I was like, what have I really been doing? Because I think sometimes as actors, as civil society actors, or as players in this industry, we tend to categorize issues. And then we say, let's go to the street, let's write a policy, let's go and make change. But have we sat down to analyze and look at the different needs of the different groups? So I must say today, I really learned a lot. Thanks Kwamboka and the team. Thanks the senior counsel. I really learned a lot today. So for me, I just want to leave you with a few things. First of all, I've said, what are you doing in your space? And then again, there was a call for action every day. But all the people who have been here the whole week, they are doing something. So again, with these forums, we've been able to see change makers in their own way. So that I know sometimes you say we need resources, we need time, we need a donor to come from I don't know where. But in your small circle, I always say in that private space, which begins even from the home, what are we doing? So that's my challenge for you today. Like, what are you able to do in your private space? And for Forum CIV, of course, with support from the Embassy of Sweden, we still have a commitment to continue doing this work. And they say if you work in development work and programs, if you don't learn as you go, then basically you're not doing anything. So one of the things I've picked today is lessons of us being able to just see how we move forward with our work and how we make sure that our work is very, very inclusive, so that it's beyond the reports and beyond the papers. And then the artists, the whole week, I think one of the things that has been very nice for me is I've met very many lovely people. Young people who are very passionate about art, about expressing themselves through different forms of art. But again, my call to you as young people, please go beyond that art. I think on Wednesday we said there was a system, and we had Dr. Pizzo there talking about kuna system, yes, but how do we navigate through that system? So the young people who are here, mko, vijana, young people, who are you waiting for? Mnangojea nani take action? For Amsiv. It's your time. Thank you. It's your time. So, and it doesn't have to be in a very big way. It's the way a baby learns to walk. It's little steps, and then you make a change. So I want to just call to you, young people, don't only be reaction. Like the young man who talked about being in Miranda, and now there's some words he used there. But I say in that space, what are you able to do? So take action. I think for me, then I learned this week that we're all trying to be more, but in that more, how much more are you doing? So I want to thank all of you for following us the whole week. Thanking, of course, the Forum Civ team who are behind the scenes. I know they're all here. You may never get to see them in the front line. And that's how we work as Forum Civ. We provide an opportunity, a platform. So I want when I come back next year here for another forum to be able to hear stories of change. Because one of the things that we are moving from here is to be able to document some of these stories, see how they're able to inform change, inform action, that there's something new. We'll be doing an injustice to you as a community when we just keep doing events without really documenting that. So we make a commitment as Forum Civ to be able to really document some of these things and see how they go further. So I want to thank the Forum Civ team, thank our partners who have been with us the whole week. And one of the things that I'm really proud about, again, this week is that we've been able to showcase the work of our partners. The whole week in every panel, we had somebody from the people that we partner with. So partnership, again, is very key. You can't do these things alone. Like you cannot walk alone. You have to work with somebody else. So I also want to thank, of course, the Embassy of Sweden. From Monday, the ambassador was with us. She opened the event. And then, of course, today, Helena was with us. And the same thing, solidarity. Hatuko mbali, si ndio? And we are and a Chieng, I think it's a Chieng or somebody sang about Ubuntu. Hatuko mbali. There could be challenges, yes, but in those challenges, there's always something that is good out of it. So I want to challenge all of you as you go back home. Be more, yes, but do something more. Take advantage of that private space. Then whatever you do in the private will again translate to what you do in the public. And you can't be out here saying you're fighting for the rights. Na uko nyumbani wewe ndio unafanya nini? Mambo mengine, si ndio? So I want to say thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. We've come to the end of all our events, the whole year. Thank you to the fans, the people who followed us on social media, those who are tweeting, keep tweeting. And I hope that 2021, again, will be very kind to all of us. And then we can be able to do more events. So I just want to thank each and every one of you for following us and for really supporting this work. And of course, our partners who've been able to do a lot of work on the ground, I want to say thank you. And of course, for you who've taken, of course, the courage to be with us here today, because again, amidst the COVID-19, it's very difficult to get people to really come. That means you are committed to the cause. And you cannot only be committed to the cause with words, but words have translated to what? To action. So God bless you as you go into the holiday season. Even if there's nothing to celebrate, we are alive. So we thank God for that. So I want to thank you, all of you, and God bless you. Asanteni.
Maybe if I could engage you briefly as a field marshal setup.
Yes.
We hear a lot about NGOs and the kind of work they do. And sometimes people view NGOs with either suspicion or lack of knowledge of how they work. Because NGOs have run-ins with the government. Well, what kinds of challenges do you face as someone working in the NGO sector with regard to some of the work that you're trying to do? Because in some instances, you're even taking the place where government has abdicated its role. So what kind of challenges do you face?
I think the biggest challenge from where I sit is how we're able to sustain that work. Like you've rightly put it, a lot of times we take the space of either a duty bearer or government to be able to start discussion, to be able to bring up a starting point. But then the biggest challenge has been then you start something, you do it for 2 or 3 years. And of course, we've put there a sustainability plan. But then once you exit, then everything goes back to zero. So there's been kind of this cycle of whereby, and that's why you find sometimes people ask, you go to communities, they tell you, but NGO A was here, then NGO B was here, then C was here. They can tell you a story. My mother would tell you a story from the time that people went to school through funds from a particular NGO. and still people are going through there's still that bursary fund is still there. So how come the communities are not able to really take up this work and sustain it? So I think the biggest thing has been sustainability of the work that we do, because it's all tied to resources. And again, resources are tied also to some political goodwill. So this keeps shifting, they shift. So I think for me, one of the things that I've learned is that how do we sustain this work? And then of course, another thing is then how do we collaborate as actors? Because again, as I said, tying it to the political agenda, everyone is chasing something. So sometimes we talk about, aid effectiveness and working together, but it's mostly on paper. Then we go back to the community, it's very difficult. So you find there's a lot of competing demands. And that makes it very difficult for us to remain accountable because we are all chasing some results. But again, all is not lost. I think the civil society here in Kenya tries a lot to really coordinate, to work together and be able to see some change.
Thank you so much for your work, and we hope that we are seeing this year. We have another Democracy and Rights Festival, and we wish you all the best for organizing that, and good luck with all the good work you're doing yourselves as Forum and even some of the partners that have been supporting the Democracy and Rights Festival.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think it's been very, very exciting for us as Forum Civ. It's been learning, and under the Wajibu Wetu program, of course, we are coming to the tail end of that program, but through these festivals, we've gained very many new ideas that are going to help us really design the next phase of our program. So I want to thank all of you again for that participation and for your contribution.
Thank you so much. So this has been the Democracy and Human Rights Festival. We conclude the week's activities. We come to you live from the Alliance Française. And today we had a panel discussing the issues surrounding intersex, some of the challenges they face, discrimination, stigma, and I believe that all the conversations that we have had all through this week have informed you to the extent that perhaps we might be able to tackle some of the social challenges that we are facing a little more effectively, a little more collaboration, and also
Girl star. Remember to remember. May we remember not to forget. Let us remember Kipsang Alexander Muge. Remember not to forget. Let us remember Karemi Nduvu. Remember not to forget. May we remember to remember. Let us remember not to forget. 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 Check. Yeah. Allow me. Make we talk. Come make we talk. Come make we talk. Make we talk. Make we talk.
Make we talk.
Make we talk. Make we talk. Make we talk.
Make we talk.
Come make we talk. Make we talk. Make we talk.
Make we talk.
Come let us talk. Make we talk. Make we talk now.
Make we talk.
Come make we talk of a killing. A killing them a do it in detention. A killing they do it with intention. A killing they do it with intention. In a freedom that they never fought for. Come make we talk. Make we talk, make we talk, make we talk now. Make we talk, make we talk, make we talk now. Come make we talk, make we talk, make we talk now. Come make we talk of a killing that they never mentioned. A killing them a do it in detention. A killing them a do it with intention. In a freedom that them a never fought for. Come make we talk. From where I stand, I can clearly see your already tormented faces. How most of you hate me. I even wonder how many of you think of killing me, of assassinating me. But again, I look at you all and I see fear. Passive fear for death. No matters are amongst ourselves. So I am safe under the confines of the law to overwork you, overtax you, police force you, and then bury you. My people. Kenyan people, victims of democracy. No matters are amongst ourselves. When I speak, do you feel weak? When you hear my thoughts, do you feel caught in a web of hopelessness? Do you see what I mean? Or will you call me a brute if I wore a suit and say that I was cute? Or would you wish me to speak more about the women I adore and less about the poor in the ghetto? Or would you love my points to be lighter? Spoke more of a certain adventure that gave pleasure. Do you see what I mean? The solutions that we seek will never come in a slip of a pen or in 10 lines of mine. The problems are still the same. So do not blame me if when I speak, you do feel weak. I did not create it. I came into this world with neither guns or knives. I made no laws with all it flows about the rich and the poor. I speak, I sing, I reside what I see. Of men old and women in slavery. Of the rich, the poor, and the greedy. So do not blame me if when I speak, you do feel weak. I did not create it. Now, tell me this. Would you accuse me of causing a riot at the Alliance Francaise during the Democracy Festival while I was quiet? Would you? Sanda sana. This poem is inaitwa Letter to the National Assembly. Hii iko hapa hivi. All right, yeah. Yeah, we'll do our last song. And nitaomba mnisaidie, ni wimbo very easy. Yeah, we. Oh, yeah, we. Yeah, we. Oh, yeah,
Sitwaenda na haki.
Kufungwa jela.
Webaki nyuma sitwaenda na haki.
Risasi zao.
Webaki nyuma sitwaenda na haki.
Risasi zao.
Webaki nyuma sitwaenda na haki. Webaki nyuma sitwaenda na haki.
Extrajudicial killings.
Webaki nyuma sitwaenda na haki.
Ladies and gentlemen, Devo Tieno, all the way from Nicori City, Makofi. Yeah, man. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We love you. These are the field marshals. Asante.